OCO, freethinkers.
Brew live.
It's go time, Slim.
Set it on fire. Fire.
OCO, freethinkers.
King Kong ain't got shit on me!
All right, mic check, mic check. What we doing? How we doing? I got that chat up right now. OCO, everybody. How y'all doing?
OCO, freethinkers.
I see New York in the building. Shout out to the moderators holding it down. Levante in the building. Blue Dream in the building. Miss Juicy in the building. You hear me loud and clear? All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent. Let me see. I see DJ Divine Rising in the building. What up, Gary? What's going on? How you doing, sister DJ Divine Rising? What's up, Blue Dreamer? Oh, what up, King Third? What's going on? Hey, we getting into something tonight. GQ, what's going on? My bro Choctaw Montana in the building. Charlotte, North Carolina, I see you. Harrisburg, PA, or Petersburg. Long Beach, Cali in the building. We got Brooklyn in the building. Chi-Town in the building. Durham, North Carolina. Man. Jacksonville, Florida in the building. Duval, what's going on? Long Beach, Columbus, Ohio. I see you, Ohio. What up, Erica? Philly, Philly. What up, Philly? Connecticut in the building. BX in the building. Yeah, relax and take notes.
Relax and take notes. Take notes.
Arkansas in the building. Miami Gardens, Florida in the building. What up? Inkface, I see you. What up, Philly? It look like Alabama in the building. What up? What up, Alabama? DMV in the building. That's DC, Maryland, and VA. Hometown. DC representing. Y'all know me. Shout out to VA. Shout out to Maryland. Y'all know I'm from the city when I say Maryland. Manhattan in the building. Sheesh. What up, Manhattan? Might want to stick around. We got a couple things transpiring. Yeah, baby. Hold up, my wife bringing the coffee. Hold up.
OCO.
Huh? We live. That's live.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. Appreciate that. All right, here we go. I don't know if y'all was able to hit my wife, but she just passed me that good old coffee. Hopefully it's... Hold up. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to M16. Y'all see 16 in here? What's 16 at? My bro M16. Matter of fact, he made this beat and other beats y'all done heard me on already. He made the outro as well. Shoot, the intros too. I'm gonna have to do a new one. I'm gonna have to do a new intro. I try to hurry up and yeah, there you go, 16. What up, 16? Hey. Those of you that, you know, y'all throwing it down with the lyrics, y'all gonna have to access to my bro. Y'all gonna have to get access to my bro. That's Alabama in the building. Yeah, he representing Alabama also. I see Madison, Alabama in the building. Tuscaloosa, where you at? Huh?
Set it on fire. Fire.
Virginia Beach, VA in the building. Frisco, I see you. Richmond, Cali in the building. Yeah, Dirty South Bama, hey. Datham, Alabama. Look, 16, all of Alabama in here. Alabama be showing up and showing off. ATL in the building. Youngstown, Ohio in the building. It done got hot already in here. Fort Lauderdale, Florida in the building. Yeah, ATL, I see you. Tennessee in the building. Yeah, see Roll Tide, look at her, look. Jackson, Mississippi in the building. Savannah, Georgia in the building. Mooresville, North Carolina. St. Louis in the building. What up, St. Louis? H-Town in the building. What up, H-Town? Texas in the building. Orlando in the building. Y'all deep. Yeah, I see you. Miami, Florida in the building. Next thing you know, somebody gonna hire me as a DJ or something. I'm just kidding. Los Angeles, California. Don't get it twisted. I can work out them turntables though. Shout out to DJ Lucky. You already know what time it is.
It's Dane Calloway.
That's back at home, DC. DJ Lucky. What up, Chuck L? R.I.P. L.I. That's my brother. Treehouse. I'm still representing. Ain't things changed. Pennsylvania in the building. Milwaukee in the building. Liberty City, Miami in the building. Yeah, I see you. Chi-Town in the building. Florida down Orlando right now. Tampa, Florida in the building. Philadelphia in the building. Let me flip these screens. What up, Kansas City? What up, West Virginia? OCO.
OCO, freethinkers. OCO, freethinkers. You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
This brother, he is raising some serious questions.
He's here to make you think.
What I'm trying to do is get our people to understand that we have been lied to all the way around about our history. Can you name any other group of people, no matter their skin complexion, that are being labeled primarily as the name of two continents? Not two countries, two continents. That is called a misnomer, which is the act of applying a wrong name to some person or thing.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes. Now
want y'all to check out somebody named Dane Calloway. Dane Calloway? Look into Dane Calloway. He has a lot of information about how this whole shit was told in reverse. Okay? Where they say, oh, we came from Africa over here. No, a lot of us was already here.
And information that was put together by a man by the name of Dane Calloway, who is also questioning the slave trade. And he's done some remarkable videos on the history of the slave trade in the United States. And he's gone back down the food chain and gone back down the line, and he's realized that a lot of the so-called African Americans in the United States are not African at all. They're actually Native Americans, because the slave trade did not happen the way we were told that it happened.
It's Dane Calloway.
Go and watch this man's channel, man. This dude is phenomenal.
I'm not saying African American because they're not African American. They're the Aboriginals, because they were the true Native Americans.
Set it on fire. Fire.
They're the copper color race. Look up Dane Calloway and watch his fucking shows. That man, Dane Calloway on YouTube, oh my God. He is fucking beyond brilliant. The research he does, whoo, he goes way deep into this shit.
Relax and take notes.
It's Dane Calloway on I'm Just Here to Make You Think Radio.
Yes, sir. One more thing, real quick. Let me do the commercial real quick, because we got more books coming. We try to knock all these out. If you ain't get your copy, you could go to Amazon or DaneMakeYouThink.com or I'm Just Here to Make You Think.com. Go ahead and get your copies. We got more books on the way. I appreciate all the love and support. My music app. Uh-oh. I did not mean to do that. Hold up, my bad, 16. He just sent me this beat, and I forgot that was the last thing I was playing. Hold up. My bad, y'all. Give me a second. 16 be cranking, though. This exclusive, y'all ain't supposed to be hearing this. Hold up. Hey, hold up. Hey, I was going, but see, ain't nothing written right now. I just got this. You hear that? Huh? You hear that 808? Huh? Hey.
Set it on fire.
Hey. Listen. I ain't gonna be able to concentrate over this beat. Shout out to Alabama in the building. Y'all already know what's going on. Y'all gotta show some love to my brother M16. M16 be working hard, man. Grammy nominated producer, by the way. Y'all should know what time it is. He done made your favorite hits already. Man, where my little Resident Evil? Okay, here you go. All right, here you go. I wanted to get into this. Y'all could already tell by the clips that's playing what we gonna be talking about today. At M16 Beats on Instagram. At M16 Beats on Instagram. I appreciate y'all showing them love right there in the chat. That's love. I appreciate that. But everything spelled correctly. So it's a couple of things I want to go over. I hope that you all already watched this movie, because big time, spoiler alert, big time. I can tell you that right now. If you didn't get a chance to watch this, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm definitely going to be giving spoilers, Number one, I'm going to give you like 2 seconds. Like, if you fine with that, cool. If you ain't fine with that, I'm going to see you tomorrow, okay? Because you need to be watching this right now. It's called Leave the World Behind, right? Now, a lot of people may have watched this. This was one of those free movies that they got on Netflix. There's a couple of things I want to get into about this. A couple of people then, already made their comments about it aside of my comments. Don't think I don't check. I was already watching. A lot of hidden messages in this movie. Believe it or not, the Obamas produced this movie. And I'm talking about Michelle and Barack Obama. Produced a movie. I'm gonna let that sink in for a little second. Not no message, not no tweet, not no little short Instagram video, a TikTok. None of that. Not a book, a movie. And they put it on Netflix. A couple of the people that worked on the movie, especially the actors and actresses, indicated that Obama directly, Barack Obama was giving them notes as to how they want these actors, or actually the characters, portrayed inside of this movie. This movie had a lot of hidden messages and a lot of limbos. Let me just say it that way. A lot of loopholes were left in limbo, let me say it that way, in order for you to fill in the blank. So, huge messages with loopholes. Sound like history, don't it? They'll give you loopholes. Well, they'll give you a story that's full of loopholes or full of holes and let you try to fill in the blank. It's just like American history. I believe it was 2 writers that wrote this movie. They're basing it off of the book called Leave the World Behind. But of course, they had to, portray it in such a way where it could fit the television screen and many messages can be portrayed out there. There was a lot of hidden gems. There was a lot of Easter eggs. And I could go over a lot of them, and which I will, but I want to go over the main courses that some of you may have missed. And I do know that some of you pointed out one thing that I want to talk about really quickly. Let's go back because I got this on a loop. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so right here, you already know what's about to happen, right? So this family, this Caucasian family decided to, in the beginning, decided to randomly go on vacation here. When they went on vacation, hold on, before I even go to the White Lion, y'all already know what's about to happen, right? Before I even go to the White Lion, I want you to check out the place that they went to, okay? I want to pull that up really quickly. The location that they decided to go to, what they showing you is a beach, but at the same time, in the background, they were also showing you a particular area, okay? All right, let's go right here. This is the area where they stopped at. Now, I want you to look at the name of the marketplace. What's the name of it, y'all? Point Comfort. You see, okay. You see what time it is, right? Now, I also want you to look at the part where they were walking up to, we got that, yes, Point Comfort. When they were walking up towards the beach, what that say right there, y'all, to the far right? Right here. Welcome to what? Charleston Harbor. Look, it's Point Comfort in Charleston, South Carolina. Right here. It says, welcome to Charleston Harbor. Beach rules. They got the, yes, Charleston Harbor. Right. Not it can't be Charlestown Races and Slots in Virginia. Shout out to VA. Hold up. It can't be Charleston, South Carolina. Could it be Charleston, Massachusetts? I'm gonna come back to that. Now known as Boston, Massachusetts. I'm gonna come back to that. So they showed you all of that. All of a sudden they sitting on the beach. They chilling. Then all of a sudden they see this boat coming up slowly but fast at the same time. And the kid's like, hey, that boat is moving in our direction. Right? They like, nah, okay, everything cool. And it got closer and closer and closer. You know how white folks do it. They wait till the last minute. That's the obvious choice. And by the way, a lot of people was knocking this movie because it was portraying another message that I'm going to jump into slightly right here. It was displaying how certain Caucasians, it is a form of division right here, what they were, trying to display inside of this movie. Certain Caucasians or all Caucasians can't be trusted, especially at an apocalyptic time period during, the worst. I'm just leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. So all in all, they waited till the last second to get out of the way of the ship. The ship just so happened to be called White Lion. Can anybody recall any of this before I get into it? So you got Point Comfort, Charleston Harbor, White Lion. Come back a little bit, we got Obama and Michelle producing this movie, meaning they put money up. Okay. What are you getting at, Dane? It's a few things I want you guys to remember. Number one, let's go over White Lion. If you all have my wife and I's book called It Was Told in Reverse. Oh, and here's another thing. Oh, let me show you. But yeah, my wife and I's book called It Was Told in Reverse. We were talking about the transatlantic slave trade and how it was told to us in reverse. And this particular movie, which is very, I'm gonna let y'all answer it yourselves though. I want y'all to see this. Look at the frequency it's on. Also, something was happening. Some certain frequencies were up in the air. They left it blank for you to figure out what was going on. Frequencies was being turned high or turned low. Look at that. 1619, right? Okay. All right, hold up. So White Lion, right? Before we go into anything else, let's knock this one out. White Lion. The Spanish government that stated that the ship was purchased from the Philippines. So, okay, originally in the days of April of the year 1618, it was a Japanese-built Western barbarian style sailing ship that arrived in the Philippines. Okay, it was, according to their records, it was approximately 180 people on board, weighing nearly 500 tons, and armed with a total of 17 or 16 cannons. I don't have that right in front of me. It was something like that. It was in the teens. The Portuguese dubbed this ship as the San Juan Bautista. But if you translate San Juan Bautista into English, it's St. John the Baptist. This is another reason why you get a lot of Spanish people converting over to Catholic Christianity. We know that to be a fact. Anyway, so they got it from the Japanese, the Philippines. Now, according to the story, they said the San Juan Bautista in August of 1619 was loaded with cargo, silver, gold, food, and they got as close as they could to the maximum capacity of 180 people being on board. Now, they're saying that it also included young enslaved African females from Angola. And they were bound for Vera Cruz, which is on the coast of Mexico. But they only reached the Gulf of Mexico because they were intercepted and attacked by two unidentified pirateer vessels. According to their records, according to the Spanish National Archives of Spain. Now they're saying that these vessels, or rather pirate ships, this is what we say pirate ships, were were ordered to take on similar missions of piracy while raiding territories along the Caribbean. So they were attacking and robbing any boat they thought were carrying silver and gold. So it wasn't like they were looking for people, they were looking for silver and gold. In this particular incident, the pirates found more than what they bargained for. Okay, so not only did they take the silver and gold, but each captain of the British vessels also robbed the San Juan Bautista of a combined total of 44 young female Angola slaves. That was according to their story. One ship carried 21 and the other one carried 23. So one ship carried 21, another one carried 23. I'm talking about the British vessels now. I'm not talking about San Juan Bautista. I'm about to get into it. Each ship headed to the West Indies and hoped to trade those little slaves that they captured for goods. Now, all of this had to be reported back to the Virginia Company of London, aka the London Company. And people like John Rolfe, who you may be familiar with, documented all of these transactions that he ran into in his journal so he could report it back to them. That was his duty, according to their story. So each ship that arrived in Virginia were documented, and they arrived in Virginia days apart from each other. Now, he was very familiar with the second ship arriving, but he wasn't familiar with the name of the first arriving ship, indicating that he was unfamiliar with the unidentifiable ship. Now, the ship was supporting Dutch flags, and it was British built, according to their stories. It was weighing about, I believe it was 160 tons, which is not capable of a large capacity of people. Okay? Or like the much larger built Portuguese ship, the San Juan Bautista, what we mentioned earlier. It can only carry a maximum capacity of 30 people, and that's including cargo, to last all the people that was on board that ship for at least a week. So they had to replenish every week. The captain on this ship, his name was John Jope. John Jope. The name of this ship was called the White Lion. The White Lion. And this was the very first time that John Jope sailed to the Virginia colony. Now, they're going to say that he landed in Jamestown in 1619. Remember the 1619 part? That's a lie. Actually, it was called James City at the time of 1619. Cittie. This is how you know they were hiding a story, because they changed the names. But the writers of American history said that he arrived in Jamestown. And that's a lie. I traveled there, put it on camera, and also showed you records that he did not arrive in Jamestown, aka James City. He arrived at Point Comfort, Virginia, what that area say? Point Comfort. Listen. Point Comfort, Virginia, later known as Fort Monroe, Virginia, but now, today, it's known as Hampton, Virginia. Captain John Jope carried letters of marque with him, meaning that these were orders that he was given by the Dutch prince at that time of Netherlands, granting him legal permission to sail throughout that territory of the Gulf Coast to attack any Spanish or Portuguese ship that they encountered, to bring back silver and gold. That was it. Their job, they weren't prepared for so-called enslaved people. Listen to the hidden message. They weren't prepared for that. They were only prepared to grab other forms of merchandise, like money, to put it in plain and simple terms. Now, they said that John Jope unloaded the 21 Angola slaves in a rather coy demeanor. Because people could not help but notice how bad of a condition they were in at that time. And they were not of great value to anyone who maybe, had some interest in hiring these alleged Angola slaves as their new indentured servants. So this is, okay, here in conjunction, both Governor Francis Watts, y'all may be familiar with these names, and his so-called beloved friend, Captain William Pierce, who was the Virginia colony's Cape merchant at that time, what they did was, since ain't nobody picked them up, what they did was they traded supplies and food in exchange for 2 of the 20 Negroes, meaning dark-skinned females. Don't forget, a lot of people today are making a mistake thinking that they were stating Africans back then, but that's a lie. That's a lie. The terminology African was not being utilized by any of these people involved at this time. The story was later changed. I'm gonna come back to that. But it was also changed before it, it went to saying 20 and odd Africans. The reason why we know it was 20 and odd Negroes is because of what John Rolfe wrote in his journal. He created a journal dedicated to Sir Edwin, I believe it was Sander. Hold on, wait a minute. No, Sandys. Sir Edwin Sandys of the Virginia Company of London. And we know for a fact that these folks ain't speak English if they were dealing with the Virginia Company of London. They gonna speak their own little lingua francas that they borrowed from people that they heard over the time of them trying to insert themselves in conducting trade. Inside of his letter, this is all in my book, by the way, in my wife and I's book. I forgot what page it's on, but you can look this up. Directly from John Rolfe's journal. I'm gonna pull this up really quick and I'm gonna read it to you. It says, about the latter end of August, a Dutch man of war of the burden of 160 tuns arrived at Point Comfort. The commander's name, Captain Jope, his pilot for the West Indies, one Mr. Marmaduke, an Englishman, so that was his buddy that was riding with him. They met with the terror in the West Indies. Now, Indies was spelled Indyes at that time. And of course, a lot of this, like when you see this quote inside of the book, a lot of it was, like you would say today, was misspelled. But this is how they wrote it. Like they wrote it in like a broken old English way. But so I'm going to break it down to you the way that we say it today. West Indies, and they determined to hold the ship right there. They said, all right, fine. We're going to go right there. Listen, during that time of their travel along that passage, they lost people on board. So he brought, according to the quote, he brought not anything but 20 and odd Negroes. This is coming from John Rolfe's journal that was dedicated to Sir Edwin Sandys of the Virginia Company of London. So I'm quoting it. He brought not anything but 20 and odd Negroes, which the governor and Cape merchant bought at the best and easiest rate that they could. Bought for at the best and easiest rate that they could. He had a large and ample commission for his excellency to range and take purchase in the West Indies. Again, it was Indyes. Now, the second ship, just in case y'all was wondering, what about the second ship? The second ship that arrived 4 days after the White Lion did make its landing stop in James City, aka Jamestown, in Virginia of August of 1619. But that ship was called the Treasure War. It was identically built the same way as the White Lion, but that one carried 23 so-called Angola servants. But to go back to this movie, why was this slapped here? And then why is it saying welcome to Charleston Harbor? So again, we got Point Comfort, White Lion, Charleston Harbor. And there's one thing I wanted to show you all right here. What this ship just did, as far as their White Lion in this movie, what this ship just did was called a what, y'all? I'm gonna jump ahead because I'm really not trying to wait because I'm trying to get to a point. This would be considered a shipwreck. The hidden message is that, wait a minute, shipwreck, the White Lion crashed? Okay, let's back up a little bit. Now, if you listen to what the husband said, the guy right here said in the movie, the dad of the children, you know, and the husband, he's the husband of that wife. He said, quote, he read somewhere in the Atlantic that New York has one of the largest natural harbors on the planet. Now I'm about to get real deep. I'm gonna repeat this one more time. The husband said in this movie that he's read somewhere in the Atlantic, that was in quotes, that New York has one of the largest natural harbors. Let me say that one more time. That New York has one of the largest natural harbors on the planet. So wait a minute. So if we talking about Charleston Harbor, White Lion, Point Comfort, what's the hidden message here? Are they trying to tell you that this didn't happen? Here's another reason why. Because no boat, there's no history of a boat crashing onto shore like this as a shipwreck. In fact, that will be impossible because they will be shipwrecked a couple of, maybe a mile or 2 or 3 or more away from shore for a particular reason. Are y'all familiar with the coral reefs? Coral reefs. Let me show you. Oh, let me drop this down real quick. I'm gonna show you something. Y'all about to learn today. Get ready. The coral reef system. This is inside of the ocean here. This will damage a ship, no matter how large it is. It would damage ships, boats, at the base. It will cause a shipwreck. So when you see, like for example, when you see a beach, guaranteed they got a coral reef around it. Remember when my wife and I was, look at this picture. Remember when my wife and I was telling y'all about the ocean gyres? Or gyres, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Ocean gyres or gyres. What do we tell y'all about the ocean gyres? Can y'all recall that? So, okay, for example, let me quickly go over real quick. So if the merchants or the sailors, whoever it was that was, like when they said Captain Job was traveling with the White Lion, and I forgot the guy's name that was doing the treasure war at that time. They were only able to travel across the Atlantic. Listen, remember he used that term, the father, using sailboats, and they had no choice but to take specific routes based on the Volta do Mar Largo. Y'all should remember me going over this, which is Portuguese, meaning turn of the wide sea. Y'all remember the gyres? Let me show y'all what a gyre look like real quick. This is all important for a reason, because of what this message is. Hold up, I'm gonna show you the gyre real quick. Okay. All right, look at, okay, this is a good one. Look at this. So you can say gyre, gyre, however you want to pronounce it. Turn of the wide sea. You cannot go straight across or you will be lost at sea. This is how you debunk the transatlantic slave trade story, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That will be impossible. You understand? You got to go off the rotation of the ocean's current. The Volta do Mar Largo phrase refers to the ocean rotation or the oceanic rotation that signifies the ocean's current. Notice how they got arrows pointing in particular directions. People, this is still today, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, still today. This is not changed. I don't care what type of weather controlling they trying to, this ain't gonna change. Submarines gotta go way below for a reason. And they also have to travel at a certain speed at certain locations and certain pathways. All boats, still to this day, all boats. This is the reason why it takes, if you try to leave from here to go to Africa, for example, by way of cargo ship, it was no such thing as a slave ship, but by way of cargo ship, it would take you 30 to 40 days just to get there. And 30 to 40 days just to get back due to this right here alone. The Volta do Mar Largo phrase is referring to the oceanic rotation, meaning the ocean's current, which is why we are taught that the sea is divided into 5 oceans. Look, y'all. 5 oceans, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? These 5 oceans are called the ocean gyres or gyres, whatever one you want to use. Now, I remember in a video, and matter of fact, let me bring that up really quick because I pulled this to the side so I can have it. Okay. In the video, I pointed out a quote from the National Geographic about the ocean gyres or gyres. It says, quote, the North Atlantic, right here, the North Atlantic gyre begins in the northward flow of the Gulf Stream along the east coast of the United States, right here. The Gulf Stream is the western boundary current of the gyre. The gyre then becomes the North Atlantic current, which flows across the North Atlantic to Europe. Still flowing in a circular pattern, the current flows south as far as northwest coast of Africa. Northwest coast of Africa. You see that? Where it is known as the Canary Current. The gyre's eastern boundary current. The gyre is completed as the North Atlantic equatorial current crosses the Atlantic Ocean to the Caribbean Sea. This entire circle and the water within it is the North Atlantic gyre. Listen, y'all. So this map can be deceiving because this gyre is bigger than what this map predicts. a lot larger. So again, the reason why I mention all of this is because you cannot come straight across the Atlantic, and you cannot hug each coast without possibly running into a coral reef system. But in order for them to travel, listen to me. So that's two things I just gave you. So in order for them to travel, as far as this slave ship story or the transatlantic slave ship, you got to know which routes they took here without GPS, without a warning system letting them know that they're about to run up on a coral reef system. How did the Titanic go down? One of the ones they gave y'all, as far as the biggest ship that you all are familiar with, that sunk because it ran into a what? Now, I mean, of course, it didn't run into a coral reef system, but it ran into something that stopped it in its tracks. But goddamn, this coral reef system doing the exact same thing. What they say, it was some type of iceberg it ran into or something like that. Coral reefs would destroy any boat, any ship. Yeah, it was saying iceberg. Okay, same thing. So this movie, the reason why I'm stating all of this before I tell y'all what's going on is because this movie, let me pull this back up. Hold on, I opened up the wrong thing. God damn it, hold on. 1 second, let me let this open up so I can close it up. I tapped on Adobe. Hold on 1 second, y'all. All right, here we go. So the reason why they're showing you this is because this would be impossible. No matter if you change the frequency or you shot the captain and the boat just kept floating straight. This part right here would be impossible. Why? Because of the coral reefs and the ocean gyres. Are y'all catching up? So what's the hidden message? Not only did this not happen, but wait a minute. Did it happen somewhere else? Because again, don't forget that they said the White Lion, they were at, are y'all catching up? They were at Point Comfort. Point Comfort Market, but the location is welcome to Charleston Harbor. Listen. Again, the reason why we could knock out the fact that this is not Charleston, South Carolina, is because of what? Right here. North Atlantic Gyre or Gyre. You can have beaches all day long. Virginia, South Carolina, Florida, right? Hold up. Don't forget that the father said, to go back to the quote, listen, I love this part. The father said that he read somewhere in the Atlantic, like he read in the Atlantic, that New York has one of the largest natural harbors on the planet. Wait a minute. But if you look, ooh, I love this. So if you look on the map, does the Gyre or Gyre reach New York? That, and does the coral reefs stop anything from coming on the island of New York? Wait a minute. Hold up. Because listen, I'm about to watch what I'm about to show y'all. I'm about to show y'all something else. Hold up. And then we go get into other things. Hold up. I'm about to show y'all this right here. Right here. Oh, wait a minute. Who is this person, y'all? Anybody in the chat? Who is this person? Real quick. I'm about to show y'all something. This coffee banging. Darwin, right? Okay, Charles Darwin. Excellent. This is why I love y'all. Watch this. What is Darwin? No, yeah, it's Darwin. What is Darwin famous for? What? Okay, tell me some things that y'all are familiar with when it comes to Charles Darwin. I can help you out a little bit. They got him in science, right? All over. Okay, eugenics. There we go. Yes. Natural selection. Correct. Theory of evolution. There we go. Hey. All right. All right. Now, I want y'all to, okay, I'm about to pull something else up. This about to blow y'all mind. Watch this. This is what you don't know about him. Shout out to my wife. I love you, baby. We be kicking tail with this research here. Look. Hold up. Oh, I can't zoom in this? Oh, hold on. Don't do me like that. All right. I can't zoom this in. Wait, yes, I can. I can do it right here. Yeah. Look closely. Look, y'all. What that say right there? Can y'all see? I'm talking about, look at the name of this book. And this is not actually, no. Nah, that's not the original. Hold on. Let me try to grab the original real quick. That's not the original. 1 second. Hold on. I got to find the original real quick. Make things a lot easier. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Let's have some fun. So let me zoom this in. No, zoom it in. Why is it going backwards? The hell, brother? Okay. Look. Uh-oh. What that say right there? Can y'all see this? Before I move any further, can y'all see this? Right. Coral reefs. The structure and distribution of coral reefs by Charles Darwin. Listen. At the age of 21, or was it 22? Hold up, babe, text me. Was he 22? I'm about to tell y'all. I believe it was 22. At the age of 22, he was in charge of plotting the old reefs. He was an ocean. Hold on. My wife just texted me. No, she said 22. Okay, so he was 22 years old. And he wasn't, look, y'all, this was before natural selection, eugenics, theory of evolution. What'd I say? I'm gonna let that sink in. Look at chat. I'm gonna let it sink in. He had to create a monograph. And this was it. And it was published in 1842 about his theory on the formation on the coral reefs. He was in charge. So they had to send him, not in charge of it. They had to send him to look at these coral reefs because they knew that only particular areas they were able to sink or seep in and dodge the coral reefs. But they just didn't know where it was located. That's what his job was. Nobody knew that. Nobody. What? Oh, look at them. Look, the whole chat is saying it's buffering, it's lagging. Oh, Lord. It's buffering, it's lagging. It's lagging, it's lagging, it's buffering. Hold up. Why YouTube mad? Who is mad? I'm just getting, who is mad? Why y'all lagging my live stream? Who is mad? Why don't y'all say something in the chat? Why y'all lagging my live stream, YouTube? YouTube! This is about information. Why y'all getting mad? Why y'all getting mad? Because I'm not lying? You know I'm not lying? That's why y'all getting mad? They messing with it. I know, y'all. I see it. It ain't my internet connection. I can tell you that right now. I see my internet connection right now. My internet connection is doing very well. Oh, yeah, that's YouTube. YouTube. I'm recording this whole thing, YouTube. I'm recording this whole thing. You ain't gonna be able to stop me. Regardless. Look, they scared of what I'm about to say next. They scared. Hey, they scared. Okay. I'm excited because this is hilarious. People did not know that Charles Darwin was in charge of plotting these coral reefs, literally mapping them out for these foreigners. So they can know where to go. And come to find out, Obama's movie told y'all. Obama's movie told y'all. What's the, okay, tell you what, this is what we about to do. Hold up. We just getting started. Okay, so tell you what, this is what we gonna do. So, if the father said that he read in the Atlantic, and he did, this is a quote, that New York has one of the largest natural harbors on the planet. See, they got y'all stuck on Bering Strait. They got y'all stuck on Ellis Island. They ain't got y'all thinking, wait a minute, is that the main port that these foreigners came in because there wasn't no coral reef system around? Or did they destroy the coral reef system and made New York the largest so-called natural harbor on the planet? Because number one, they either got rid of it or wasn't no coral reef system, and it ain't too close to a gyre or a gyre, whatever it's called, right? I'm just saying. Hold up. Makes it easy on them. But wait a minute. Now you gotta understand how they had to travel. And on the head, this about to get real deep. You gotta understand how they had to travel in order to get to New York. Number one, I said, not Charleston, South Carolina. You know for a fact, if you look at this map, you know you cannot come from Charleston, South Carolina, without hugging that coast. But then again, if you hug that coast to go up, you're more liable to run into a coral reef system. So if you go inward, woo, look, if you go inward and take a river, I'm about to show y'all something. I love this. This is the shit I love right here. Hold up. About to show y'all. Oh, man. If you go inward and take a river, you can skip the coral reefs altogether, right? Mark Twain came out with a book. Oh, shit.
Set it on fire.
And told you life on the Mississippi River. What they say about Mark? Listen. Hold up. Hold up. Look. Look, y'all. Look, I'm trying to tell you this how deep it get. So if you put Charleston and Harbor together, remember what I said earlier? If it ain't Charleston, South Carolina, is what? What'd I say? Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna show you. Here we go. It's Charleston, Massachusetts, now known as Boston, Massachusetts. When we play a game of spades, right, and we run Bostons, what does that indicate? When we play it, see? Let me talk to my folk real quick. When we play, nah, not Virginia, because look at that river. What Mike Twain say? Not no Virginia. Life on the Mississippi, they had to go inward. So if you take, listen, it's called the Plymouth Colony. I'm gonna say it again. Look. Oh, I love this. The Plymouth Colony is in Charleston, Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. Charleston, Massachusetts, AKA Boston, Massachusetts. This movie is talking about the Charleston Harbor in Massachusetts. You know who else was talking about the Charleston Harbor in Massachusetts? Mark Twain. I'm trying to tell you. So now, frequency changing. They telling you that the frequency changed in 1619. No signal, no nothing. You get no reception. 1619. Wait, megahertz. Hold up. So wait, it's not a station. You're searching for a particular signal. 16.9. Oh, signal. Because if you can find a signal, because then you can ping others either for help or you can ping others to tell them it's safe to come on. 1619 is a ping. Take Boston, we could go from Boston, take the Mississippi River and hop, skip, and jump to the biggest natural harbor in New York. And it get deep because if it's dark, they can't see. But the Statue of Liberty was what, y'all? The Statue of Liberty was a lighthouse that guided them to where to go. Again, they said that New York has one of the largest natural harbors on the planet. So it also, this is how we know, number one, that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way that we were told. And number two, now we know the route that they took as far as the foreigners that came here, not just Ellis Island. Not just Ellis Island. What's that hotel? I told y'all this in the movie where that hotel said is that Motel 6 or something like that, they'll leave the light on for you. I told you about how when they call for Batman, they put a spotlight in the air. Batman see it. This is the exact same thing. And you know who talked about that? Mark Twain. It's not a game. So now we know the signal, the area, the message. And the majority of the people that got upset about this movie, this is the next thing we about to talk about. The majority of the people that got upset about this movie were Caucasian. They didn't like how this was going. They didn't like the message that it was portraying. Now, that's totally up to you. That's totally up to them. I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but I'm telling you the hidden message. The hidden message is that 1619 story had all to do with you. I'm going to summarize it up right now as far as the Caucasian. Not our people. We were already here. Don't forget that this movie was showing you that him and his daughter were better off. They were in a good position. Oh, okay, right here. That was their house that the so-called white family were renting at that time. Listen to this, y'all. They were renting their house. And remember how she got upset, the daughter got upset, that the family asked them to, well, was it the father that said that or the family? Or no, I think it was the white wife, if I'm not mistaken. The Caucasian wife asked them to sleep in another room. They ended up sleeping in the basement of their own house. And she pointed that out. She pointed that out. So they were trying to make it seem like it was already tension. And we ain't got to make pretend. We ain't got to make pretend. But that the Caucasian woman was throwing it in their face. He had like a 2008 Bentley. He was driving a 2008, 2009 Bentley, old school Bentley, but still worth some money. Nice house, had a pool in the backyard and everything. Okay, this was his collection of records right here. And that's when, at that time they were trying to get along with each other. They ended up hugging each other. I'm giving it away. I already told you it was gonna be spoilers. They got cool with each other later on. She started calming down out of her Karenness. She started like Karen for real. It went from Karren to CARRY. ing. But anyway, so to really pinpoint what was happening, we don't know. That's the main reason why they were showing you so many things was happening, because apparently in this movie, they wanted you to make up your own assumption as to what is going to happen that will create this type of apocalypse in America. So of course, it was reports of power failures. Like, people thought it was going to be EMPs. People thought it was going to be that it was a disease that happened to seep into the air and it went airborne. People said that it happened to come from the frequency changing. This is the reason why you saw the animals moving in different directions, especially dealing with the deer. Now, the deer in this movie, and that also came from the book as well, the deer in the movie, the reason why they were trying to pinpoint the deer in the movie and made it seem like they could be a threat is because they want you to, as far as they're concerned, the way it looked, they wanted you to think that the deer could be a threat if manipulated by way of frequency. But what happens is that deer and certain other animals try to talk to humans if they need help. Like, for example, I remember when I lived in the mountains in North Carolina, it's either deer or bears, but deer especially, if they're hungry and something happened to them, hear me out, and something happened to them where they can't actually go get their own food out there in the wild, they will go up to a human's house deep. Like, they were deeper than this. I know it's not showing all of them, but they were all around here and trying to come to their house. But at this time, they weren't looking for food. They were trying to send a message to let them know there's something wrong. So when you see a bunch of deer like that, something is wrong. It's not the fact that they're trying to attack you. They're trying to tell you something, okay? They're trying to tell you something. They're trying to inform you. That's why they kept coming back, trying to let them know that something is going on, because this family didn't know, okay? This family didn't know. And at that time, they were thrown off course, so they couldn't eat. Later on down the line, they was looking for the human to feed them, and the human didn't understand that. Now, the reason why I know that is because I experienced that firsthand. When there was a bunch of deer coming around because something happened with them not being able to eat the way they naturally do. So yeah, you know, we'll throw some stuff out there for them, and that's it. You know, they'll be fed for that day. Hopefully they can take care of themselves the next day. If not, they're gonna show up the next day. But I'm gonna tell you right now, when you see a bunch of deer crowding around, like a school of deer, something is wrong. That is a big signal. It's not the fact that they're trying to attack you. They're trying to warn you or seek for your help. A lot of the like sonar technology, for example, they got that from what are those animals in the sea? The dolphins, right? The reason why they noticed, and the dolphins is like way more advanced than humans when it comes to that point, and the technology that we have when it comes to sonar detection and sonar signal. A lot of radiation underwater, but the reason why I brought that up briefly, let me just briefly bring that up, is because certain animals share a little bit of that trait, especially when it comes to changing their frequencies. And so does humans. That's why also inside of this movie, I don't believe I have a clip of them holding their ears, but some signal was going off, and it had all to do with the towers. Their GPS signal went out. Yeah, I don't have a clip of them holding their ears. Okay, so what happened was something got turned up or turned down. It was too loud, whatever it is. And all of them got distracted, from the Tesla cars to the humans. Yeah, somebody said flamingos. We know the flamingos was coming all the way from Florida, okay, to here. We knew that was something wrong right there. And then the deer, and then the planes crashing. Don't forget, that's another thing they were showing y'all. When the Niji father went to go check on his neighbor to grab his satellite phone, in the backyard, you saw a commercial plane crashing at the same location that other commercial planes crashed previously before he got there. That's an indicator that some form of frequency is changed at a particular location where all of them would come to the same spot and die. Same thing with Tesla. Now, they're not trying to say, in this point right here, they were trying to show you how Tesla's, and it doesn't matter if it's Tesla or not, anything that has a computer can be controlled. But Tesla for sure can be controlled. I don't know why people think Tesla is safe from this. No, it's not. It really isn't. It's really not. If you can tap into a computer, you can tap into Tesla. And keep in mind, they have it set where they don't need a driver to drive. It could be driven by remote control. And inside of this movie, they were showing you that. If you flip a frequency, and that's another thing. They were trying to also tell you what country who was doing all of this, which country was responsible for this. But they left that up to you. They mentioned people in the Middle East. They mentioned Russia. They mentioned China. They mentioned everybody. Just imagine everybody coming against us at one time. That was the big message. Yeah, Korea, Russia. Just imagine that. Imagine everybody. See, this is another reason why people want Trump in office. But at the same time, let me just drop a bomb. Just at the same time, everybody say, forget it. Let's all band together and get at U.S. And the U.S. will be in trouble, big time. You talking about all of them people banding together? How are we going to stop that? And then what you going to say, technology? When they could take your planes out. Don't forget, they showed you commercial planes. Don't think for a split second that they can't tap into that same signal that the military used, because those bands ain't too far away from each other. And I'm talking about wipe out everything that they got going on, from their spy planes to their choppers, to their gunner choppers. And we ain't gonna have no air protection. You understand what I'm saying? But the message, that's what I'm saying. The message right here is to let you know that ain't nothing safe. Regardless of how they're going to say how safe they are with crashing and, they got 5 stars at crashing. They not trying to tell y'all that it's not safe, because of course they're not going to be able to sell nothing. They want to tell you that it's convenient because it's running off battery. Okay, they're also not trying to tell you that they're running out of material to upkeep the batteries and to produce more batteries. They're also not trying to tell you that these batteries still have to take natural gas, still is going to need some form of water. And if they catch on fire, this is a big time bomb that you're sitting in. Yeah, gas explodes, and so does a battery. The name of the movie is called Leave the World Behind. That's the name of the movie. Leave the World Behind. But if I'm not mistaken, Elon Musk got upset about this part where they were showing all of those Teslas crashing. And once they realized that they were not being controlled by human, they were trying to come up out of this part. By the time they got in the car, it was more Teslas not being driven by humans ramming into each other right here. And they were in danger. Now, that's totally up to y'all. You know, if y'all want to say, all right, well, I'm going to get a Tesla because I'm sick and tired of gas, or they're forcing you to go electric because those companies are going electric. That's totally up to y'all. Me personally, I don't recommend it, because for what? Like, you standing in lines that's lasting longer than an hour and a half just to charge up your own car. You can only go but so far. I understand that we got to go but so far with, our gas-powered cars, but I'd much rather spend 5 minutes at the pump versus an hour and 30 to the 2 hours just to charge a battery. I'm not. And if something like this is popping off, we could stop at gas stations because they're more convenient than charging stations. Think about that. Very rarely are you going to be able to catch a charging station. But I'm just saying, don't get me wrong, if something like this pop off, yeah, it'll be long lines in gas stations, but we gonna be quick. Once you fill up the car, you out of there. Next person. But when it comes to these, charging banks, charging stations, the line's gonna be looking like this. So just think about that. Like during something, God forbid something like this happen, but during an apocalypse like this, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna get in that gas powered car or you gonna go electric? And I think that's how people should run their life right now, with that type of question. All right, you privileged enough to own a vehicle. What is it going? What type of vehicle makes sense to you? Don't get me wrong, the Teslas look good. They are fast. But if they run off a battery and something like an EMP do hit, your car is gone. Ain't no moving it. Not on your own. But it's another thing I wanted to show y'all too. The message. Look, and that's I said, the messages that they were sending inside of this movie, they're not trying to tell you who is who as far as who the enemy could be. They're telling you all of them could be the enemy to the United States. I mean, think about it. The United States raised their prices up on the value of the dollar bill purposely, so everybody can say, all right, look, we're not going to deal with the United States again. Why would the United States purposely raise the value up and make other countries say, nah, we're going to detach ourselves away from that. We're going to do our own. Why would they do that? And another thing, and look, and that's how they were falling down. See how that looked like blood? But it was nothing but those same flyers that guy had in his hand. When he was on this road, he ran into a lady speaking Spanish. And the lady was telling him that she needed to use a phone, something is going on. And basically, she don't know what to do. She needed help. She was saying that all in Spanish. And he didn't understand what she was saying. And he just left her. And then this happened. Either this happened or after or before. I think this was after, if I'm not mistaken. But he was on the same road trying to go look for help at that time. Or try to figure out, not go look for help. He was trying to figure out what was going on. That's another thing. They had no idea what was going on. Everybody was saying that it could have been a cyber attack at certain periods of this movie. That's a QR code. I just noticed that. I'm gonna have to look into that. That's a QR code right here. Cyber attack. But the characters in the movie didn't know what was going on per se. They were just trying to share information. They were trying to make it seem like the Niji brother worked for somebody in the government and they were working on something that some people had no idea about. They were really, really making people think that it could be anything. And still, it was anything. It was up in the air. It was definitely inconclusive. And the way they ended it, that's another thing. The way they ended this movie, people disagreed with how they ended this movie. But I like how they ended it because it was like a to be continued for you to fill in the blank. That's why the people wanted to see a conclusion. What was it going to amount to? Okay, like where's the end result? Well, what is the end result? What did they end up doing? How did they end up getting out of there? Did they survive? But they left it in limbo, straight up. They left it in limbo for you to assume. I like that. I really do, because think about it. We haven't been through this type of situation before where anything can happen. But it's up to you and how prepared you are that will dictate or determine, rather, if you're going to be prepared for something like this to happen, or if something like this was to happen. But a cyber attack can mean anything. Attack on the internet, attack on the power grid. See how his messages couldn't go through? Attack on the towers. Couldn't, and their wife was on a plane, by the way, so he couldn't get in contact with his wife. But at the same time, it was so many different messages about history involved in this that I was like, damn, people gonna miss that because of the overall message. But yeah, they told you. This, I ain't gonna lie, I really do think this was to piss some white folks off, just like that other movie that was kind of like a horror movie that my wife and I watched, and we did a review on, called what was it called? It was and that was on Netflix too. Damn, now I forgot. American Refugee. That's the name of it. American Refugee. Where it was a similar situation. Now think about it. Something apocalyptic happened. You can't really tell what it was. And they were showing you a Niji family and a Caucasian family and how they had to work together to try to survive. This same exact thing. The same exact thing. So American Refugee, same thing with this. So think about that. Would you much rather become a refugee? Try to go seek asylum elsewhere? Because of what this government is doing? And it's weird because think about that. The only way that will happen is because the majority, I'm talking about as far as like a cyber attack, is because it's something that the government did. Meaning either they messed up and some other country was pissed off, or they purposely did something and made other countries pissed off. Either way, it's pointed directly at the government, and whole time, this movie is produced by two people that worked directly at the government at one of the top positions. And there's gonna be people out there that's gonna be like, this is a conspiracy theory, blah, 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 blah. They're gonna be like, they're gonna turn their nose up. But Michelle and Barack Obama produced this movie. Former president and former first lady. The White House and major cities under attack by rogue armed forces. Emergency alert. Remember how they just gave us that emergency alert? Not too long ago, the emergency alert system on our cell phones and our televisions. Y'all remember that? This was like, that wasn't that long ago. Was that like a month or two ago? Y'all should recall that because I went live on that. It wasn't that long ago. And I wonder how long it took them to create this movie because they put this out right before Christmas. Look at the timing. It happened in October? Okay, yeah, 10-4, right? It was a hidden message. 10-4. Yeah. 10-4, copy that. And here go again. So like this is, okay, we know for a fact that there's always some movies out there referring to some possible pandemic or possible apocalyptic story or whatever type of route happening. That happens all the time. But this one right here is just stick out way more than anything because now, again, you had the former first lady and the former president producing this movie. And I'm smiling because I'm like, yo, what? What made, okay, out of all the things you could talk about, what made you want to talk about this? That's your passion? You were in the books? What made you think about that? Like, think about it. What made them want to do that? I see the multiple hidden messages in there, but the overall message is something going to happen. We must prepare. There's another video I wanted to show y'all. Let me pull that up right now. That happened today, actually. Hold up. I'm about to pull that up real quick. I thought this was hilarious, but I want y'all take on this. And it's dealing with the same situation. Wait a minute. Where is it at? I saw this earlier like, oh yeah. Here you go. I got it. So y'all got to tell me what y'all think about this. I'm going to pull it up like that.
Here it is, the Vanish holster, the world's most comfortable holster.
Right after that.
One thing to know is you don't need a belt with the Vanish.
End of the world was upon us. Would you be ready?
Society due to peak oil.
For a worldwide pandemic,
you might have a disaster kit packed or emergency supplies ready, or even an entire compound to escape to.
Wait.
We all know a prepper, no matter how extreme. You might have a disaster kit packed or emergency supplies ready, or even an entire compound to escape to. But more people, including young people, are getting ready for the next big disaster. A survey from the financial services company Finder earlier this year reveals that 40% of Gen Zers and 39% of millennials are spending money on prepping. That's up from around 25% in 2017. And about a third of all adults have spent an average of $150 on emergency items like food, water, and of course, medical supplies. But there are some people who go really big, like my next guest. Joining me now is Colonel Drew Miller, CEO and manager of the survival facility Fortitude Ranch. I love the name of it. Drew, I know you have multiple compounds that people can go to in an emergency. And I want to hear all about that. But first, tell us what the biggest concerns people have are now. Is this COVID related, or is there a concern about an EMP cutting out all internet? What's going on?
Well, preppers who are watching for threats, paying attention to them, were recently surveyed, as published in the Washington Examiner, and they identified 5 of the top threats. Number 1 was a grid down. Our electric grid is very vulnerable. Number 2 was a bioengineered virus or bio attack that could cause a really deadly pandemic, not COVID, but H5N1, 60% lethal type pandemic. The other one was a civil war next year. A lot of people are concerned that we are so divided as a nation that we could have a civil war next year. Ray Dalio has actually predicted that. Fourth one was an economic collapse that could lead to a loss of law and order, a collapse. And then the last one was terrorist attacks because of our largely open borders.
Well, when you think about, let's just start with one thing, the grid going down. Like, we've all seen the films and, the Obama's new Netflix movie about this. It shows what happens to one family and one community, migration patterns of animals, loss of ability to move, to travel, all of that. Is that your major concern, given what we're seeing?
Yeah, well, preppers listed as number 1, and it's our Achilles heel as a nation. And it's not just Russia or China who could take out our grid. A small terrorist group could do it with physical and cyber attacks. North Korea, with their lousy, inaccurate, small nuclear force, could readily take down the U.S. electric system. And we have reports, intelligence reports. I'm a former intelligence officer. I'm not telling you something secret. This was published in the papers, that Russia helped them design their nuclear force, optimizing it for EMP, electromagnetic pulse effect. And a congressionally funded study studied EMP, warned that you could lose 90% of Americans when North Korea takes down our grid, be down for over a year. It's not just no electricity, no municipal water system. So most Americans will die when that happens. We've known about it for decades, and Congress has done absolutely nothing to fix it, because there's no re-election votes in preparing for Homeland Security.
Well, at least Ukraine will be okay. All right, let's talk about your Fortitude Ranch and what happens there. How does it help prepare people or give people a place to go to in a severe emergency?
Well, we're a survival facility, so in good times our members can come here and recreate and vacation, but when the hits the fan, and that's actually the term preppers use, that's HTF, when that happens, we turn into survival communities. So we have staff like myself and ranch managers in charge, but all of our members have weapons, the weapons that President Biden and Governor Newsom would like to ban. We've got weapons, and we have prepared defensive positions, walls, and we can defend ourselves and survive in any kind of
satellite.
Down, pandemic
solar
or
panels.
bad situation. We can survive.
Without water, you can't survive long. So water is the number one thing. A water source is the number one thing that you would need, correct?
Correct. And that's easy for us. We're in rural locations. So we have wells, creeks, reservoirs of water. We have a lot of natural springs at several of our locations. But if you're in a big city or even a suburb, water alone is going to be something that may be the difference between life and death for you.
Drew, I think a lot of people
hold on.
Want to think of, this happening or the possibility of this happening. You don't want to, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, but you're glad that you actually thought of things, contingencies, when they happen, and they do happen. I think it's fascinating, and I think it's, being prepared and being vigilant is always the right call. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your insights.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Hey, Sean.
Okay. But that's what I wanted to show y'all. I saw that earlier, and I said, okay, yeah. I mean, with the news has been saying some things here and there, but the movies have always been telling us. But it was very alarming to see that a former president produced this. Very alarming. That's left field. Like, that wasn't, I never saw or predicted or even thought of something like that is possible. I mean, of course they can have money and produce films, but why is this the first one? Why at this time? Especially at this time. So, should we open up the panel? Yeah, this was his own. I forgot, it was called Higher Ground Productions. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's called Higher Ground Productions. That was his production studio. If I'm not mistaken. So I wanted to give you, open up the panel to get you all's take on this. Like, I'm sure it's people that really want to say something about this situation. Like, if you saw the movie and like, what are you prepared to do? I want to open that up. I mean, if y'all don't mind, it's up to y'all. Y'all want to do that? I don't mind that at all. Nah, when I say open up the panel, I'm not talking about drop a link inside of the chat. I'm talking about you got to be a 13% community server member in order to come up on this panel here. You got to be in a 13% community server. It's free. I wouldn't mind that at all. Like, if you want to talk about it, you may have something that you want to say that I may have missed that was the side of this movie, because I know I didn't go over all the Easter eggs. But it was a lot of hidden messages, a lot of Easter eggs. I did see that it was a QR code in that map. I got a feeling that's probably talking about something they got coming. Probably in the future. They probably working on something else. Because if they got a Netflix deal, it's not just for one movie. It's probably going to be for multiple movies, like maybe 5 or 10. That's what that probably is. But I did notice how the paint, it was like a little painting, and the background of their living room kept changing. I did see that, but I don't know what that means. So it was a couple of other things that they did in the movie that I was like, it raised the eyebrow, like, what is that about? But a lot of the stuff was like those hidden messages. It intrigued me. It made me do research on certain things I'm unfamiliar with, and it made me say, oh, they're trying to point this out. And I wanted to point it out to you, especially dealing with the White Lion, Point Comfort, as far as the whole transatlantic slave trade story. I wanted to point that out for sure because I know people needed to see that. That was something I said, wow, I can't believe they put that in the movie, but they sure did, especially coming from Obama. And shout out to Kanye. Kanye been listening. Kanye been checking in. Kanye been doing this thing. I heard him. I'm gonna probably talk about that tomorrow. But I'm about to open it up right now. I'm opening up the panels. So of course we only doing we only bringing up respectful people. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. So if you have moderators, because y'all do me a favor, those of you that would like to join the panel that have not joined the 13% community server, please do so right now. # 13%. Excuse me. Not #, exclamation point 13. All right, I'm setting the stage right now. All right. So don't forget that we're talking about Leave the World Behind, and that's a Netflix movie produced by the Obamas, Michelle and Barack Obama. Barack Obama had insight, had a lot of power in what was being portrayed inside of this movie. He passed notes to the actors and actresses as to how he wanted the characters to be displayed in this movie. That was him. And they admitted that inside of their interviews about this movie. All right, so I got the stage open right now. I see y'all popping in right now. That's excellent. Y'all may not be able to hear me on y'all side yet as far as the 13% community server because my mic is coming on late. Okay, there we go. My mic just cut on for y'all, so y'all should be able to hear me now. Give me a second. I'm pulling everything up. Again, it's exclamation point 13, exclamation point 13. And that Discord server link that you see that pops up by Nightbot or any one of the moderators, that's the one that you utilize. Be mindful that we are on YouTube, so be respectful. Okay, because I don't want to lose my channel due to something that you said. All right, here we go. OCO. All right, now, okay, here it goes. It's popping up now. Y'all gotta raise your hands in the it's raise your hands. That's the best way I could explain it because it say you gotta click or request to speak. It's gonna act. Okay, there you go. There you go. It's popping up. There you go. All right, here we go. Hopefully you all can hear me. You should be coming up right now as we speak. Airquad Firebird, you should be able to speak right now. You have to accept it on your side as well. Once I accept it, you got to accept it on your side. Okay. I think you were having phone trouble. I'm gonna move on to the next person. Okay. OCO sister, how are you?
Oh, wait, man, wait.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you clear. How are you?
What's up, Dane? How you doing, baby? I'm good.
I'm doing wonderful. I wanted to get your take on everything that you saw as far as did you get a chance to see the movie?
Yes, I saw the movie. As a matter of fact, Dane, everything's like right on, because I was going to rewatch it tonight because I also saw the hidden symbols up in there.
Okay.
So I have a feeling now. I see things differently than other people. So I'm gonna let you know right now, Obama wanted to make change, but his hands were tied. But he was able to learn enough to get the message out. I'm just saying, I see things different than other people, okay?
That's fine.
So this is one of many series is about to come out. I don't know for sure, but I know that Obama's trying to tell us what's going on. But he's just gonna hide it right now behind hidden symbols the way they symbolize us. You feel me?
Okay.
So I'm just saying, that's how I feel that movie was all about.
Okay. Okay, and you said you about to watch it tonight?
Yeah, I have to watch it again. You have to watch it multiple times to catch the symbolism, because I didn't even catch Charleston. When you had said that, I was like, oh man, I gotta go back and check that out.
Yeah.
So there's many things, like every scene is a symbol. So you kind of have to digest it and watch it multiple times to get the message.
Okay, yep, and I agree with that for sure. All right, so as far as preparedness, and then this is the last thing, and I'm gonna let you go, sister, and I'm gonna move on to the next one. As far as preparedness, what do you think our people should be doing at this point?
Man, I just bought my house. I'm growing my own groceries, and we got to prepare to make sure we have foods, non-perishable foods.
Okay.
Okay, some beans and rice. Now, that's something that we as colored people eat faithfully. We don't have a problem bowing down to no beans, rice, and some cornbread. I ain't gonna lie to you. That sounds good right now, right? But I'm just saying, stuff like that, we need to be preparing to make sure we're able to feed our family and other people. But we have to be growing our own groceries. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Keeping it real.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate that, sister. What's your name, by the way? Because on my side, it's like abbreviated for some reason.
It's Paul Miko, and I'm faithfully here for you, man.
I appreciate that, sister. You said Paul Minkle?
Yes.
I appreciate that, sister. Thank you for joining me, okay?
Anytime.
Come on up if you got something new, too.
I sure will.
Thank you, sister.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, so the next one, here we go. I don't know why it's abbreviating people's names right now. That's not what it's supposed to be doing. That's interesting. I know, Levante, you probably see that, but I don't know why it's abbreviating people's names right now. But don't forget the one that I just accepted. You got accepted on your side too in order for you to pop right up. So as soon as you get accepted, you got accepted on your side. Yeah, I agree, chat. I agree. As far as the water is concerned, I agree. Yeah, the perishables, I agree with that. Yeah, Levante, I don't know why that's doing that. I think Discord is messing up. Yeah, Discord is messing up. They started that mess. Okay. Okay, now she can't. Okay, I'm gonna move on to this brother right here because sister, don't forget, if you guys can't get up here at that time when I accept it, do it again. You'll be able to come up. All right, now hopefully, let me see if this brother can come up right now. I just accepted it, but you got to accept it on your side. There we go. There we go, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Doing pretty good, brother. It sounds like you breaking up a little bit, but hopefully if you can hear me, I want to get your take on this movie. Did you get a chance to see it?
Yeah, I did see it. And I wanted to know if you caught the green and red map that they viewed several times in the video.
You said the what now?
The green and red map of the United States.
Are you saying green and red map?
Yeah.
The green and red map. I'm not familiar with that.
So when he went down to this study and he laid in the bed, there was a green and red map on the wall. And that green red map said United States of Attica. Did you catch it?
You said it said what now?
The United States of Attica.
Nah, I don't recall a green and red map. Now, okay, downstairs where they were, like that's after the Caucasian family, you know, came back, or when they got there, as far as the Niji family, and they were downstairs in the basement?
Yep, they went down in the basement, and it was a picture it was a map on the wall of the United States that said United States of Attica.
What's the word that you're saying, right? Because you breaking up a little bit, and I'm trying to make out what that last word you saying. Are you saying Attica?
Attica, A-T-T.
Now I can hear you clearly. I can hear you clearly now. You did something different.
Okay, my fault. It was my Bluetooth.
Yeah, them Bluetooths is crazy. I'm gonna have to pull it up. Hold on, let me speak to my wife real quick. Baby, if you can, pull that up for me real quick and send that to me if you can. If you right there, babe. Because I know she got it up. If you can, baby, send it to me. But go ahead, brother. Tell me about it. Actually trying to get there.
So it says the United States of Attica. And on that map is referring to the Judson 3. Now, I don't know who the Judson 3 are, but... on the Judson 3, they died in a prison because they was protesting about the conditions of the indigenous people
of America.
All across the map, there's writings of all the atrocities that happened here in the United States, and it has the dates. It's not all of them, but it has most of them.
I'm about to get there.
So if you Google United States of Attica, I Googled it, and it's referring to, I guess, the lady's name who did the map. Her name is Faith Ringgold.
Mm-hmm.
Ringgold. In 1971, it was the Attica prison. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear. I'm definitely gonna have to investigate that. That sounds interesting. I see somebody saying that QR code went back to a indigenous location. An abandoned amusement park that was on Indian territory. I'm gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, so it says this red, black, and green poster depicts a map of the United States noting indigenous, slave, and immigrant uprisings and the dates and the other acts of violence occurred within each state since the late 1700s. Race violence, witch hunts, assassinations, lynchings, and other oppressive actions against the indigenous people of color in the United States.
I'm gonna have to look into that
map.
And that was downstairs where they were located, as far as the Niji were located. Yeah. That's kind of. Hold up. Now, see, this is the reason why I need 4 screens, because my 4th screen, I could have pulled that up. No, I got so many things open now, I can't even pull that up now. Hold on. Can you send that to me? Can you DM that to me, what you're looking at right now?
See, I don't have Instagram.
No, you can DM me on here. You can DM me right now in here, in this app.
Okay, how do I do that?
Click on my name, go to profile, and send message. You can DM that to me right now.
Okay. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, anytime you need to contact me, do it here. Like that Instagram and all the rest of that stuff, that's not... I mean, it's cool, but I like this better. Like, to me.
Where's profile at?
Right on my name. As soon as you scroll over my name. So you must be on the cell phone, and I'm not exactly sure how that look, but it should be very similar.
Oh, Mr. Make You Think?
Yep, Mr. Make You Think, yep.
And send a message?
Yes, sir. That's it. And send me that link right there. Bet. Now, as far as preparedness, right, and I'm gonna try to grab all that stuff that you got right there and see if I can pull that up. I might have to bring some things down. But as far as the preparedness side for it, brother, as far as our people is concerned, what is your take on that? What are some things that you think that we should implement in order to prepare ourselves for, hopefully this doesn't happen, but at least prepare ourselves for those type of things that they were alluding to in the movie?
You know what I noticed? So it wasn't an EMP because they were still able to control the Teslas. So what I'm thinking is it was a cyber attack to take down so they can take over the United States corporation, because they wasn't willingly gonna give it up. So the other countries had to come in and destroy the infrastructure of the United States in order to take down this so-called cabal. To me, I don't think we have to do anything but make sure we got enough food to last us a while, because whatever's happening, it's not gonna happen for a long time. It's we're gonna have to survive for at least maybe a year or so. But after that, I think that everything will pan out, and we will start to see the whole picture after everything is over with.
So what you're alluding to right now is that you're saying that whoever it is going to be and whatever they're going to do, it's not going to affect the people. It's going to affect those that are in control of this government.
Right.
Okay.
They coming to take down the government.
Okay. Were you a Trump supporter? Tell the truth. Did you support what Trump was doing?
I agree with most of the things he's doing, but I don't agree. I don't go with both. I don't mess with both either side. But
two heads of the same snake.
Things that Trump was doing.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make that clear, just in case somebody in the chat starts saying he's a Trump supporter. And
nah, I don't support either side, bro.
Okay.
I'm for my people that need you.
There we go. I appreciate that. That was a good one.
I appreciate it, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Just keep sharing the information. Hold it down, and I'm gonna hold it down on my end, bro.
I appreciate that, brother.
One love.
Man, that was good. That was good. All right, so we going, hold up, I'm bringing to, okay, here's another rule. If you do not have a picture associated with your name, I'm not going to bring you up, okay? I got to at least see that you somebody. But when you look like a bot, I'm going to think that you are bots, and I'm not trying to bring up no bots up here, okay? I hope y'all understand. So definitely have a picture associated with your account, please. Y'all should be able to understand that. They laughing at the 13% community server. You see, it's 2 chats open right now. Okay, wait a minute, he did DM me the stuff. Oh, this is the map? Okay. Let me really quickly before I bring in that. Let me show y'all what this map looked like real quick. Real quick. Hold up. Let me pull it up on y'all side. Let me show y'all what the map he was talking about. Hold on 1 second. So many things open. All right, so this is the map that he's referring to. Now, I'm going to be real. I can't remember this map being downstairs. I don't recall that. I'm going to have to, that's why I'm hoping my wife is listening and trying to pull that up for me. But I don't remember this part right here. And see, but that's good though. That's good. And he also sent the poster. The poster of the United States of Attica was the most widely distributed of Faith Ringgold's posters during the 1970s. Okay, this is the one he read. All right, I'm gonna pull this up. This red, black, and green poster depicts the map of the United States, noting indigenous, slave, and immigrant uprising, and the dates and other details of acts of violence that occurred within each state since the late 1700s. All right, so I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna look more into that. This is my first time actually seeing this map as well. Like, matter of fact, so let me
set it on fire.
Drop a bomb for the brother.
It's go time, Slim.
It's up.
That was pretty major. All right, so hold on, let me put that to the side so I can save it. 1 second, because I'm gonna do more research on that myself. All right, boom. Okay. Now, oh, did I kick myself out the chat? Oh no, I'm still here. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. So you can multitask. Go ahead on Discord. All right, so here we go. Next person, let me bring up, and it's being abbreviated. These names are being abbreviated. I don't like that it's doing that. All right, here we go. Okay, you're gonna have to accept it on your side, brother. There we go.
Yeah, OCO.
OCO, brother, how you?
I'm doing good, man. It's just
OCO, freethinkers.
You said it's hard to hear me?
No, I said I'm doing good. I said it's just an honor talking to you.
Oh yeah, brother, man. Look, I'm just like you. Ain't no difference. Now we talking about something major though. Did you get a chance to see this movie?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
What stuck out to you?
All right, so biggest thing, one of the biggest things for me is the scene where they showed planet Earth, and they showed the sun covering planet Earth, and it looked like a solar eclipse. So this is my own personal
I remember
theory.
that. Mm-hmm.
This is my own theory. We had a solar eclipse in 2017, and we're gonna have another one next year in April. This solar eclipse, the path that is going, is gonna make an X across the United States. That's just something you could take what you want with that, but to me, that's a sign that this country is finally gonna get their judgment for what was done to us and our ancestors. That's one thing.
I'm dropping the ball.
I'm just let that digest. Here's another thing. The deer in the movie.
Yeah.
They were drawn to the Niji's house.
Yep.
It was the Niji. They was drawn to the Niji's house. They was drawn to the daughter. They weren't drawn to the other people, the ones not of color, the ones who not us. They were drawn to that girl, and they weren't gonna harm her. For some reason they was drawn to her. It's almost like they knew she belonged here on this land.
Yeah.
It's almost like they knew she was a Niji, and they knew that she was the rightful owner, because everybody else was being affected. The son, he got sick. I guess you could say everybody else was going through stress, but it seems like the Niji, they were perfectly fine. They were extending help out to everyone else. So it looks like the Niji was gonna be okay when all of this was happening.
Yeah.
And these white people, yet again, I mean, I'm sorry I said white, I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, you
YouTube,
good.
But these people, yet again, were dependent on us, even in these terrible times in this film.
That's another reason why, and just to bring that up, that's another reason why a lot of the reviews were, the criticism was coming from Caucasians stating, nah, that's not how it's gonna go. They got mad at that because the script was flipped. Once again, they always want to show that the pale face is on top, but whole time this is yet another movie showing that the Niji was on top, helping. But then again, I mean, that's what happened in the past. Our ancestors were helping the foreigners. But yeah, go ahead, continue, brother.
Hey, if I could drop a bomb, I would.
I'm doing it now.
So also something else I wanted to mention.
Okay.
In 2019, I think it was 2019. All I know is Donald Trump. This is around the time where Donald Trump had possibly just gotten office. The Department of Defense released a public PDF to the public of how to survive if a cyber attack or EMP attack was to happen. They released this to the public. This was like 5 years ago. So they've been letting us know. If you just look at y'all, my people, we have to look at the signs. Look at everything that is going on in this world, and specifically in this country. Not only with our enemies, but what is happening with us and the things you doing, Dane Calloway. You don't, I mean, I'm sure you know, but you playing a big role in this, and we all are together. and we just have to pay attention to these signs. This country not gonna be here much longer, but I don't think we have to worry. I do believe we need to be spiritually aligned. We need to get our hearts in order. We need to fix our mindsets, because these people who look like us, who love this world, who don't want to leave the world behind, they're gonna get left behind. That's just how I believe. That's just what I think. And
brother, what's your name? It's because it's abbreviated on here. I apologize. What's your name? You don't have to say the last name if you don't want to.
Chosen with 2000, but my real name is Caleb.
Caleb, oh, my very good friend of mine name is Caleb. I appreciate that, Caleb. I'm dropping a bomb for you right now. And as far as that preparedness, he put that in there, so I know I don't have to ask him that. But I like that, brother. I like that. We need more of our brothers to be thinking like that. I appreciate that, brother. Was there anything that you wanted to say before I let you go to the next, so I could go to the next person?
I did write something down. As far as preparing, we should be stocking up on canned foods. Learning to can your meats. There's a way to preserve meat. I believe it's with salt. You will have to do more research into that. But preparing that way, get you some backup batteries. There's some batteries that can charge your phones where you don't have to plug it into the wall. So you have those.
The battery packs.
A big thing to me that I've already been practicing is learning to function without eating a lot of food. So learning to live without, 3 meals a day, maybe 2 meals a day. Just learning how to adjust your body to that, because we're gonna feel some things, but it's not for us,
Right.
So that's just what I wanted to say.
And I'm glad you said that.
You, Dane Calloway.
Absolutely.
You, man.
I appreciate you.
Man, I'm here for you.
I'm here for you.
All of y'all who real about it.
That's right. That's right. I'm dropping a bomb, brother. I appreciate that. And I'm glad that that's 2 brothers in a row thinking just alike. That's very tight knit. I'm glad I'm hearing that. Thank you, brother. Wado. That's perfect. Matter of fact, let me say.
Perfect.
That's perfect. Again.
Perfect.
So let me bring up the next person. That's Major though. Yeah, Caleb there. Yeah. Let me see if I could grab a sister real quick. Hold up. Is this a sis? Let me see. Hold up. And this is, I'm glad I'm seeing some brothers tonight. Because the last time I did this, it was nothing but sisters in here. I'm glad I'm seeing some brothers popping up now. That's what I'm talking about. Say it with your chest. Hold up. Is this a sis? Oh man, I hope this is a sister. Oh, please forgive me if I'm wrong, please. But I got a feeling it is. I'm clicking it right now. If you're a sister, you got accepted on your side too. Don't forget, you got accepted on your side. I see plenty of sisters in the audience. Don't hesitate. Come on up here. Come on up here. Tiff, I'm waiting on you, Tiff. You got accepted on your side. There you go. Oh, I think you backed out. You did something wrong. That's okay. Those of you that would like to join the panel, don't hesitate. We in here. I want to hear your side. I want to know what's going on your side. Exclamation point 13. I'm being informed that Top Cats is in the building. Shout out to Top Cats. Top Cats, also, if you just want to join the panel, just let me know at any time, brother. At any time, you good to go. Matter of fact, let me double check to make sure I ain't missed Top Cats. If Top Cats, if you in the 13% community server, just Levante, brother, if you see him and I can't see him, just bring him up automatically. You can send him right up. Because I can't, it's the list. You see the list. I know you see the list. Okay, there go more sisters. Okay, sisters. All right, Tiff. Wait, I don't know what happened to your phone, but I gotta move on. But I am gonna grab another sister right now. Wait a minute. Okay, a couple of sisters that came in. If you do not have a picture, please add a picture. I gotta see what you look like. I just gotta make sure I'm not dealing with a bot. I'm not calling you a bot, but I'm just making sure we you know, crossing all T's, dotting all I's over here. Is that my wife laughing? I think I hear her all the way up here. Hey, baby, if you feel like talking, you come on up here. Shoot. Hold up. All right, hold on. Let me grab. Is this a sis? I can't tell. I can't tell. I can't tell. It's the pictures that they're using. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me see. You got accepted on your side. Don't forget, y'all, when y'all requested, when I accepted, y'all got accepted again. Y'all got accepted so y'all can easily pop up. Oh, and he dropped off. It's probably people. Some don't feel bad, y'all. Some of y'all may not know how to utilize it. It's okay. Yeah, yeah. Jadavis say show phenotypes. It don't look. I don't care about your skin complexion. You know, that's not the point. I just want to see you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if you're a robot, take a picture of yourself as a robot. You understand what I'm saying? Then I know what to expect. You got accepted on your side too, brother. There you go. And then come on. Okay, it dropped off. Oh, man. All right, let me explain what's going on. So once you insert yourself into the community server and you click join to speak and I accept it, y'all have to accept it again on your cell phone. It's another part that you got to accept. And then it will immediately put you on the panel. Okay. Eric Firebird back. Let's check. Let's see if you could do it. Okay, there you go. Now you up here. You hear me, right? You got to unmute your mic.
All right, can I be heard?
Yes. How you doing?
OCO, bro, my brother. I love your platform. I love everything what you and Miss Calloway doing. And I've been hanging in here ever since you began.
I appreciate that.
Where I'm going to be, because truth be told, this is what it is.
Man, sister, first of all, let me drop a bar for her. Second of all, I gotta ask you, did you watch this movie?
Bro, Dane, I watched the movie 3 times.
What you see?
And this is, you might want to drop a bomb for this one. I don't know if anybody caught this.
My hand right on it. I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Bro, see, you a Libra like me, see.
That's
know
right.
These things.
Yep.
But,
that's the first bomb.
That's the first bomb. Second of all, you didn't catch the last names of these people. Now, my Niji brother was named G.H. Scott. We talking about Dred Scott. The Caucasian last name was Sanford. Now, Sanford was the judge in the Dred Scott case.
Ooh, I'm jumping the bomb.
Hello?
Oh, man.
You gotta go back and check it out.
Ooh, I'm jumping another bomb. Hold up.
Set it on fire.
She sure did. And look at the chat. She sure did. Now, I ain't gonna lie. That skipped me. Hey, I'm dropping another bomb. Okay.
I'm telling you. So it's a lot of jewels old boo-boo put in there. I mean, I guess he making up for what he didn't do for the people when he was in office. You know, I seen him live in person at the BJCC right up in here in Birmingham, Alabama. And, you know, he came off in there all suave and everything, thought something was going to be about it, but he really wasn't. I don't know if he was trying to just get in there to do something. I know he was blocked a lot of times, but you know, I'm not a fan of him and Michelle. So maybe he trying to make up something, you know, now for the people. Because I used to listen to this old radio show called Tom Joyner Morning Show. And I heard him say told Tom Joyner, because Tom Joyner asked him, how did he feel about being the inaugurated second term president? And he told Tom Joyner, he said, and this is out of his mouth, and Dane, I cannot find that piece nowhere, recorded nowhere. I think they took that thing and put it out of space. That man said, Tom, black has no standing at law. He said that mess. So maybe he trying to make up for it through this movie and this production company he got. I sure like to give him some of the stuff I wrote.
I know,
I
right?
just want to drop that out. I just want to drop that out to you.
I appreciate that, sister. Firebird. Hey, drop fire emojis in the chat for the sister, please. Now, sister, before you go, sister, let me ask you, what are some things that you can think of that our people should do to prepare? Like, should we be worried about anything? If not, and if so, let me know. But what are some things that we could do?
Well, you know, like the discussion I be having with, you know, my daughter and everything. It's like, if you know your heart is in a good place, you really don't have too much to worry about. But,
that's
you know,
right.
The primary things that we need, like water, you know, canned goods, non-perishables, and, you know, things that's going to help us through, you know, at least like, you know, my young brother said in the beginning, you know, the last call, that, you know, we need to be, you know, having that prepared for a couple of years. But, you know, and just live like, you know, like we don't have to have everything laid out on the table like we did before. If we just live a simple life, a simple, healthy life. And like, you know, my young brother was saying, you know, at least learn how to fast some of those days like our ancestors did.
Yeah.
Then we ought to be straight.
That's right. And you see the chat going on too. I appreciate that. They showing love to the sister. That's
Brother
excellent.
Dane, we showing love to you because you know what? You are. I just can't say it in words how much I appreciate you, how much we appreciate you.
Sister, if I was right there, I'll be giving you a big old hug. Soon you're gonna be able to see me in person because I'm definitely doing the tour 2024. I would hope you know that you could be there. I mean, especially when I rode through Alabama. You still out there?
Hey, up on 33 degree parallel, Birmingham.
Hey, shout out to Birmingham in the building. I know that's right.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get something together, you know, before we all meet. You know, at least some of our, you know, Nietzsche's here. Like we can kind of gather around in you know, in our space. You know, like each, you know, state kind of come together, meet somewhere. And then when you come out and everything, we can all have some kind of plan or something laid out, you know, and discuss it with each other to see how that's going to go. Because, you know, we're going to have to come together as folks.
Now, behind the scenes, we are working on something like that. If you would love to be a part of that, be on the lookout for, I can't mention it here because we live, but be on the lookout for the things that I'm going to post inside of here. That's of that nature, that what you just stated. And
yo,
I will,
see, brother, I by trade, I'm a writer. So, you know, published and everything. So I could do some things for you, you know, because I ghost a lot of writing for a lot of people. So
do you know how to utilize the DM part of this app right here?
I do.
Please DM me.
I will.
Can you hit me right now so I can put you at the top?
Can I do that after we get off? Because I need to concentrate.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to think crazy, right?
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't have a problem with that, and I appreciate that. Mrs. Thunder, man, listen.
I appreciate you too, Brother Dane, all day. You and Miss Calloway. Y'all on the point. Y'all on the point.
Mrs. Firebird is in the building. Thank you, sister. I appreciate that.
Wado, thank you.
Wado. That's what I'm talking about. Hey. Will you hear me with the yes, ma'am? You understand what I'm saying? The yes, ma'am. She sound like she about to throw down on that cooking too. She said Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. I know what time it is. She about to get together with the DG over there. They gonna set something up, but they also gonna set some food up too, and you know what I'm saying. Look, when I was down in Alabama, me and my wife was looking at each other like, these fools cooking here. In a good way now. I'm just saying. They cooking. Ag 16 still in the chat. I call M16. Think I'm lying. I took a picture of the food like, what? These fools cooking. Hey, Alabama got some good food. Anyway, let me move on to the next person. Hold up. Let me see. Because we just did, all right, so let me bring up a brother. Don't forget, y'all, please, out of common courtesy for your brother, please add a picture to your account so I can see who you are, what you look like. You know, make me feel comfortable. Again, if you're a robot, put up a picture of a robot, something. Here we go. All right. You should be receiving it on your side now, brother. You got to accept it on your side. There you go. And you also, there you go. You got it. Right on. What's going on, brother?
OCO, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well, OCO.
Yes, sir. Right quick. I missed a good portion of the live because I was getting the children in bed, me and my wife.
Okay.
But I wanted to ask if you went over the 2 other pictures. Big shout out to the brother who talked about the map that was in the basement. We definitely did notice that map, me and my wife, but we did not know that it had said United States of, what was it, Attica? Something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big shout out to the brother. But did you talk about the 2 other pictures? The picture that's in the living room, the black and white picture, each time it's in a different frame.
It changes.
The black and white,
yeah,
it changes. Yeah, okay. And then the other picture in the bedroom with the wave, each time it showed that picture, the wave got higher.
Oh yeah, in the bedroom. I remember that. You just it just clicked on. Yeah,
Yep,
talking about water rising, accretion, and then
Right.
what is that called? That's also tide.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So I figured those 2 were pretty significant, but to add context into the prepping, my wife and I, we big in freeze drying. Y'all familiar with freeze dry food?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
But explain it to the people though, because what you from the South?
Yeah, I'm down here in Georgia. We down here in Georgia.
So explain that to the people that may be unfamiliar, because I of course I know what you're talking about, but just in case.
Freeze dry food is the best way to go. You know, you got your MREs, you got what the brother was just saying with the cannon. You got your cannon. Freeze dry food is good for 25 years. And if you want to do it yourself, you can go to Harvest Right Freeze Dry Company. They the only ones that produce the freeze dry to where we can buy 'em as residents, right? They make the commercial ones, but you can't buy no commercial one. So you can buy your own. You pretty much freeze dry anything. Now you do have a hard time freeze drying foods that are high in fat, such as nuts, avocado, things of that nature. But pretty much everything else you can freeze dry. And it's significant about freeze drying your own food compared to buying it from these other companies like, well, I ain't gonna say no names. I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, but you can, you're able to control what you're gonna put inside that food, right? So that's big in of itself. So we really big on that freeze drying aspect. Then, you know, far as communication, staying in contact, everybody got to get them a ham radio, satellite phone. Me and the wife were just talking about getting a satellite phone because we seen, you know, they pointed that out in the movie as well.
Did. Yep.
You know, but it's only gonna work if the satellite's still up and functioning. So,
Exactly.
but, you know, at the end of the day, it's still one of them tools that you want to make sure you got in your tool belt. You know what I'm saying? So ain't no other way around it. But like, having a place to go is important as well. Me personally, going back to the vehicles, as far as which vehicle would be the best, I'm gonna say anything that's diesel powered. Outside of, and the reason why I said I own a diesel myself, we on diesel and gas, but diesel, you're gonna be able to get more diesel because not a lot of people got diesel vehicles, right? So going back to what you said earlier in the live, at one point, if everybody's standing in line getting gas, that gas can go quick. But that
It
diesel,
is.
it probably still gonna be a lot more diesel left, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, because most people that got a diesel vehicle, they already got that prepper mindset. Because diesel runs the country. It's not gas. Gas pretty much allow you to get to your job, but it's diesel that get put in them semis and push them semis across the road. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? So that's what we. Matter of fact, me and my wife, we had laughed about one time. We seen this camping video, and these folks said the best prepping vehicle was a Tesla. I was like, man, what these fools smoking? Ain't no way. Like,
Nah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, with them being battery operated, they not gonna last long. It's just not.
Now, at the end of the day, I still wouldn't knock it. If you let me tell it, I'd rather have a diesel gas and a battery powered vehicle, because at the end of the day, if you run out of diesel and gas, at least you still got the sun.
If you got a choice, if you got that option, that's nothing wrong. I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
Right. But they try to block out the sun, using HARP and everything like that. But anyway, that's all I got to say. I don't want to take up too much of the time, man, but it's just a blessing to be able to speak with you, be on this live, bruh.
Absolutely.
Much love to you and the wife, as always, man. We've been rocking with you for a minute, bro. I'm talking about following since 2019, maybe 2018, somewhere around there. I think my son, 5, I think he had just been born when we first hopped on you.
Man.
And, it was... Yeah, that was a wild time, you know what I'm saying? But anyways,
I appreciate that. We both appreciate that.
Yeah, most definitely. So yeah, when we'll be looking out for that tour though, you know what
Yes,
I'm saying?
sir. Well, we coming to Georgia.
Oh yeah.
That's a must.
That's solid, yeah.
We definitely coming to Georgia. And you'll be able to make it if, say for example, if I go down Atlanta, you'll be able to make that?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Oh yeah, I'm in there.
I appreciate that, brother. And I've been seeing your name around, so I'm going to recognize it. I'm not, because I think that's close to your real name, so I'm not going to mention it on this live stream, okay?
Most definitely. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that, brother.
All right, now. Wado.
Wado. That's excellent. Excellent. Yeah, Georgia in the house. Yeah, the Freeze Dry Company site. Oh, did he say, matter of fact, brother, if you can... I'm not trying to say your name. If you can type it in he not gonna be able to type it in the chat. Or you can, no, yes you can. Just not the link, at least type in the site. Like you can type in the site, but just don't add the .com to it. And that should still be able to pop up. And if you could do it in the main chat, Not just, or if you do it in the 13% community server chat, I'll put it in the main chat. I got both of them up right now. Willeen just put one up. If y'all see it in the main chat. Okay, and is that one of them right there, brother? And the 13%, who was that? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me pull that right back up. You said, Ralph, is that one of them? That's one of them right there? Just confirm with me, Ralph, so I can put that in the main chat. Okay. I like this now. Y'all can't see what I'm seeing in the 13% community server chat. But everybody connected right now. I'm gonna just let y'all know that right now. People, community going on right now. Let me just say that. No, that's for water. Okay, that's for water. All right, so for water is, hold on, I'm about to put that in the chat. Thank you, Ralph. Wait a minute, hold up. I'm about to put that in there now. All right, so that's in, did that come up? Yeah, that came up. So he said that's for water. And he got it. Okay. All right, they y'all communicate with each other here. That's perfect. Okay. I'm glad you did that, brother. Your name is abbreviated. Hold up. I don't know why it's abbreviating your name in here. I got you. I'm gonna get you right after I get the let me get a sister in here really quick. Is this? That's good though. The brothers popped out. Okay, another sis. Right here. This is a sister too. Okay. All right. Now, sister, don't forget that you got to accept it on your side. And oh, I hit the wrong. Nah, I hit the wrong one. Hold up. That's okay. Hope, is this a sister? This is a brother, ain't it? Yeah, I hit the wrong one. Hold up. That's okay. Can you hear me? You got to mute your side. So I heard it. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, no, wait. This is sister?
Yes, Alberta. If that,
okay.
I was trying to turn my TV down. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Fam.
Osio, how you?
Excellent, excellent. Pleasure, and I'm honored to speak with you and to speak with the Niji Nation. I wanted to say, it seems to me, I did watch the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Everything, with the occult and the Masonic stuff, they have to put that out in the open. So this seems more to me, the Obamas are putting things out in the public, in the open.
Wait, are you saying it like you seem like it seemed like it's more of a distraction than anything, or?
It's more, a distraction, because in order for them to move forward with their plans, they have to present it. It has to be made knowledge. They have to let us know that it's going to happen, but they don't have to give it to us directly.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems more that they're just covering their tracks. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Before they move forward with their plan, because let's not forget they've reached their levels doing those things that those people do.
Yeah. Colonizing. And it was more, matter of fact, it was showcasing like a modern colonization, or colonizing.
Yes.
I see where you're going with that. I do see where you're going with that, but it's just more on a modern scale. I see where you're going with that.
Right.
Now, Are you saying, okay, and okay, also, with it being a message to things that could possibly come, as far as, of course, they're going to give out their disclosure. There we go. They're going to give out their disclosure.
That's what it is, disclosure. Thank you for the words. I'm lost, I'm a little nervous. But
no, you good.
Yeah, they have to present that. They have to give that to the public before they move forward.
Okay. Okay. That's very good. And I see chat going off about that. Yeah. So let me drop a bomb.
Thank you. I appreciate the bomb.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay. With that in mind, what are some things that our people could do to prepare? That you may have heard a few things already, but what are some things that you might want to insert right there?
Well, even looking at what happened in the movie, we definitely need to be sure we have ammunition and weapons. We need to protect ourselves.
Okay. Now that's something nobody brought up, but okay.
Now, I did see a brother put that in the chat also. But
okay.
The other preppers are going to have it. So if the other preppers run out and you don't have any way to protect yourself, guess who they going to come get it from? Those who aren't prepared and don't have any way to protect themselves.
That's deep. She's right. That's true.
So, I mean, it's not that we really want to, you don't necessarily want to go there, but when it all hits the fan, just like we saw, they were just asking for medicine and he drew that gun on them.
That's true. You're right on that particular part.
All they was doing was asking for medicine. They weren't aggressive. They weren't threatening. They were just asking for help. And he you need to step off my property.
That's right. The guy with the cowboy hat on.
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy who he had hired to do work for him.
Correct. And that was supposed to be his good friend.
That was supposed to be his buddy. He let him know, no, you can't get help here. I mean, that he did finally give them something, but
they gave him something in return.
People, you got to have ammo and weapons.
And he did say it was a
I'm not saying
form of
it has to be
bartering.
the automatic guns like they want to go with the AKs and all that, but you got to have something.
Yeah, I mean, something for the house. Shotgun, pit, something.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
You
I
gotta
agree with
hold
that.
it down somehow, because otherwise they coming to get it from you. They're not gonna ask.
She's absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And the way they did it, if y'all noticed that was like a modern bartering system. Levi, I see you. That's right. The bartering system. They offer them cash, a lot of it, if I'm not mistaken.
$1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to get those pills because the son was losing his teeth or whatever was going on with him.
Right. I've been making sure every other payday to get singles. I'm stocking up on singles.
Break that down just a little bit if you can for me.
$100 bills. I know when you were talking about the treasury, I had started it back when you had the video about the serial number on the dollar bills.
Oh yeah, that was a minute ago.
I've been collecting singles like every other payday or so.
Woo.
Just to have small bills. Because you know, if you have small bills, you can barter.
Woo! Listen, I hope, sister, one more time. Sister, can you say that one more time?
So if you have small bills, I've been I just go by the bank. If you ask for more than 200, sometimes they look at you funny, like, why do you want more than 200 in singles? But I'm making sure I'm stockpiling throughout the house singles. So if bartering is going to come back into play, you got to have small denomination. So 1s and 5s, mostly 1s, but I've been getting 1s and 5s.
I'm dropping. I know you can't hear because you turned it down. Thank you for turning it down. But I'm dropping bombs.
Thank you.
I'm dropping bombs. That's very good. And I hope people, I hope they caught that. And I'm glad because this is a learning experience for all of us, and we're gonna get through it with all of us together. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because they're talking about shutting down the banks, and so you don't know when and if we're gonna be able to get money. So when you can, if you can, just every other payday or something, just grab what you can.
That's true, because think about it. With them talking about digital this, and then, there was a little threat of an EMP. If it wipe out all electricity, how can you access your money if ATMs and systems are down? And yeah.
You got to have it on hand already. You can't go get it. And I'm saying, the past couple months, they actually look at me odd when I ask for $200 in singles or 100 in singles and 100 in 5s, or, the lady kind of, well, hold on, I got to see if I have it. I'm thinking, what do you mean if you have it?
And this was a bank
for a large amount of money.
And this was a major bank.
Major bank, Wells Fargo.
Oh, Wells Fargo. I can't stand Wells Fargo. I'm so glad I don't bank with them. Well, okay. I hope y'all heard that. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a very good one, sister. Was it any more?
We love you, Dane.
My husband say we love you, Dane.
And I love y'all too. And I love y'all too. See, that's what I'm talking about. Husband and wife do not be playing. Y'all stick together. Man, firm handshakes to the brother. Okay, I appreciate y'all. I'm not going to say no real names right here, but I appreciate y'all both.
We appreciate you and Mrs. Calloway and the fam. OCO fam, Wado.
Wado, sister. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know if y'all heard the husband in the back. I like that. I like that. Husband and wife working together. That's how I gotta be. That's how I gotta be. Y'all know I be promoting the marriage all day long, but never mind, we ain't gonna flip the subject anyway. All right, let me see if I can get a brother on here real quick. Okay, I got a lot of people up in here where it says new to Discord. I appreciate that. Okay, now, all right, one more time, real quick, just a quick reminder. If you do not have a picture associated with your account, please add a picture in there so I can see who you are. so I can see who you are. Well, you got that little, you know, just a regular symbol. I'm not going to accept because I don't know who you are. Okay, just real quick. This ain't no dating service. You ain't got to put on your best of your best. It's up to you if you single, but I'm just saying. That's not what the 13% community is for. Like, we're not there to be, you know, like, we ain't doing the matchmaking. We ain't doing that. This is for my safety, my protection, and yours. I just want to make sure that you are who you say you are. Yes, and that's right. I see you in the chat. Come on up here, brother. Come on up here. You can say it. You know what I'm saying? Come on, talk to him. Talk to him. Hold on, let me bring. All right, now, brother, you're going to have to accept it on your side. It's going to be a message. There you go. Then you got to unmute. There you go. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
Oh, CEO, brother, how you?
CEO, I'm good, man. Good to connect with you. Salute to the fam out there.
Absolutely. Man. No, tell me now. I don't know if you saw the movie. Did you get a chance to see it?
Yo, what's crazy is all right, so I'll put it like this. I threw the movie on like 2 hours ago, and then I seen that you was going live. It was maybe like 10 minutes left in the movie. So that's how fresh out.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was like right on time because I was thinking like, yo, this movie is so deep. There's so many layers to this.
It is.
Because like I'm an MC, I'm a recording artist, and the way I make a lot of my music is to where you're not going to get everything in the first listen.
It's always layered. That's the best.
I write everything layered, right?
You see what I'm saying?
I've seen that. Yeah, I seen this was like Us and like a couple of different movies that we've had lately where you could tell it's written layered. And one quick thing I want to touch on too about the Obamas being involved with it, like I do think there's, you know, esoteric level to that.
Okay.
As well, definitely. But at the same time, I don't want everybody to get like, don't give them too much credit. I'm just saying they were not the writers. And like, it's easy to get your name in production credits just by throwing up money. But at the same time, once I seen that they had like a whole production house, it's kind of like you touched on. I knew right there they did a multi-movie deal with Netflix.
Yeah, they did. It's going to be more than just this. Yep.
Right. There was definitely more to come. It's a lot of things you touched on. I had mentioned it in the YouTube chat when you asked about electric versus gas. I don't know, man. I feel like you're effed either way to a degree because both run out at the end of the day. We're not talking about water, you know what I'm saying, powered. And I don't know I know there's a lot of people from the South in here. I don't know how many Northerners there are. I'm from New York.
It's a lot. You from New York, I can hear it.
Right, so I'm from New York, right, and specifically Long Island, so I want to touch on that in a minute. But one thing I could tell you is a lot of Southerners didn't experience Hurricane Sandy. And what that showed me, and I mean, I seen National Guard pulled up in the projects, you know what I'm saying? Like, literally Humvees, gunners on them and all that, just to hand out water to people. Like, it got so crazy. Like, if it really goes down on that level, let me tell you, when Hurricane Sandy hit New York, there were literally gas trucks that didn't make it to New York, food trucks that didn't make it to New York because it was literally roads, blocks, and all of that, right? So then you got electricity was down. So a lot of the gas stations, like just to get gas, people, first of all, is not only trying to get gas just for their vehicle, but they were showing up with all of these big, you know, multi-gallon drums and all of this stuff. And literally, day by day, we started seeing gas stations running out of gas. And some of them, they were running on like an emergency power source.
Okay.
And even that was giving way to where if they did have gas, they had no way to pump it. They were like, yo, we got to wait a certain amount of time and reset the whole system and do all this stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with a lot of the Arabs and stuff that own the different gas stations and stuff. So I had them literally like their personal numbers, and they would just call me whenever they knew they was getting gas in or turning electricity on. So if it goes down like that, like,
networking.
I don't care if you got a gas vehicle or diesel, there's nothing you could do when they don't have electricity for the pumps to work. And it was chaos out here, from here to Queens to everywhere. It was chaos, bro. And then they was, you know, rate hikes, you know, spiking, you know, what they're selling the gas for. It was getting crazy. You know,
I remember what year was that? It sound.
Sandy was like, what, 2016, 2018? I don't remember. Somewhere around there. But yeah, it went down, and you got a good taste between that and COVID. I got a good taste of what things could really look like. You know what I'm saying? I wish that I had more time to marinate on this movie and really get deep. I didn't go into it with a lot of
like detail, like what a
Easter eggs. Yeah, like Easter eggs already in my head. So it was a lot of things I did to knowledge to just off the rip of watching it. Because like I said, you know, born and raised in Long Island. Well, born in Queens technically, but raised in Long Island, right? So one thing I wanted to let people know is like, you know how movies they over embellish and they kind of like.
That's how they make movies.
Around. Yeah. So the geography of how they showed it is not accurate of how Long Island is. Like at the end of the movie, you could see the two women, Julia Roberts and the young girl, holding hands and seeing Manhattan getting destroyed. So like from their vantage point, there's nowhere technically you could be in Long Island and see that. It's impossible because everything runs east to west. You know what I'm saying? So once you get to the end of Long Island, you're at the tip of Queens. From their vantage point, they would have needed to be in like Jersey or something to be able to see the Statue of Liberty and the whole city and the skyline like that. Another thing that stood out to me, because again, I didn't go into it, you know, with too many, I was just taking it in as whatever I could observe. You know, I think you touched on the fact that like the places that they chose, the towns that they chose to name,
names,
they don't exist. They're not real as far as in Long Island, but you touched on where historically it's all connected with the White Lion, the ship, the slave ship. So there's certain things I already was privy to, and I kind of seen what they was alluding to, but between you and the way the fam in the chat have been breaking it down, it's like, man, y'all are just helping me, you know what I'm saying? Because I just literally seen this, and like even a little detail, like the map on the wall, I saw it, but it was like you're trying to absorb so much at once. You don't know if you're bugging, or you know if your antennas is raised. Like I noticed the waves on the wall by the end of the movie, like you said, they were more intense. I noticed what you said about the deer. Like, did you peep how that one big male dominant deer popped out amongst all of them and walked up to the girl?
That
like,
was the chief of the, and walked right up to the girl. That's right. That's right.
Like, I know it means something, but it's going by so fast that I can't process what it means yet. You know what I'm saying? And then I seen you popped on. I'm like, all right, I know I'm gonna get a lot from here. But yeah, I just wanted to say too that like even certain roads they were traveling on, like when the husband left the house and he's traveling on these roads, the way they try to make Long Island look, Long Island doesn't look like
that looked rural area. It did. It did look rural.
The only place you could be in Long Island where it looks like that is way out east. So what they're trying to insinuate on the one hand, like he said, he came from the Philharmonic or somewhere. I think he said he was in the Bronx or somewhere. And she's like, oh, you drove all this way. Where they're trying to depict is like Eastern Long Island, where they tell you like the Hamptons are, Riverhead, places like that. And that's like a good hour away from the city. So either they're trying to give you the impression that they're in Western Long Island, which would maybe be, you know, like half an hour to 40 minutes out from the city, but what they're visually showing you isn't congruent with the way that the landscape is.
Wait a minute. You just cracked a code. So they were showing you something that depicted West, but it was actually depicting East.
Yes. Because
listen.
Think about it. Like, think about when they went, when she was like, oh, let's just hit the highway and leave, right?
Right.
How you gonna hit a highway and then, you know, the way they shot the movie, it would insinuate that they maybe was 5 minutes away from the off ramp or from the on ramp, right? And then that's when they got caught up with the Teslas, and you could see the city in the background from there. There's no place on Long Island really. You're not gonna be on a highway. Like that whole layout was fake.
I'm so glad you pointed, you decoded something by just using logic, your logical thinking skills, critical thinking skills. You killed it. That's in reverse. That was in reverse. That would be the only way it could make sense.
I'm usually able to bring some crazy stuff to the table.
No, that's fire.
So layered that I was like, damn, all I could contribute is my geological awareness of like what they're trying to show versus the reality.
That was fire.
Bring that to the table, and I was hoping you guys would be able, or someone else would be able to peep that and unpack what that means. You know what I'm saying? How you touched on the largest port, natural port, and the coral, right? So that had me thinking too, is like, I've been to almost all the beaches out here, Far Rockaway, Coney Island even, and like there are no coral reefs anywhere around it. that was another thing that, because like I peeped when you said when the boat pulled up, it would have been destroyed before it landed.
Exactly.
But there's no coral reefs nowhere around here.
In New York. Oh.
Yeah.
Set it on fire.
I'm glad you called. I'm dropping, you don't hear, but I'm dropping mad bombs right now. You go ahead, brother. You got it.
So the other thing too is just like when they're driving, where it shows 2 lanes and that's supposed to depict the highway, that doesn't really happen until again you're really far out east. So like if you take the Long Island Expressway, that joint is as many as 4 lanes, but there is another highway because they run parallel to each other. They're just north and south of each other. So the Long Island Expressway covers, if you picture a fish, that's basically Long Island. So LIE covers the northern part and it runs all the way out east, all the way out west, right? But then on the southern part, you also have Sunrise Highway and that runs all the way out east. Once you get like past the middle of the island, when you're heading east, that's where it turns to 2 lanes. So that also let me know they're really trying to show you out east Long Island because it's just way less populated. Like if she was on the beach when they first went to the beach, if they were in Queens or Jones Beach or anything like that, she wouldn't have been able to say, finally we have the beach to ourselves. She's not talking about the amount of people on the beach. She's talking about Black people. So when you're in those western areas where it's the melting pot they say New York is, but once you get out east, that's where the rich and the ritzy are, and that's where you could hit a beach and there'd be only 5 people on there and they're gonna be white.
So they actually also flipped, not only did they flip geographic, they also flipped where, because they were indicating that the Niji lived there, like, and rich, by the way. Yeah. So, but in real life, they're not in that area. That's what you're saying?
Even that style of house, style of house is more congruent with the Hamptons than anything that's built more out west. When you think of out west, if you've seen Wolf of Wall Street.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, you gotta watch that too. That's crazy, man.
I'm pulling it up.
That movie depicts a dude, I believe his last name was Belfort. He's from Long Island and, you know, he was part of the whole crazy stock market scene. You know what I'm saying? That's what a lot of rich white people do is they live in Long Island, like the western side, and then they just take the train into the city because the city pays more than most jobs in Long Island, Queens, whatever.
Is this the guy that predicted something with Wall Street, like a glitch or something?
Nah, he was just part of it was like, I guess like a lot of Ponzi schemes going on and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But it was mainly just trying to show the lifestyle of that era. But basically he lived in Garden City. He had a little mansion and all of that. And it goes back years, you know, old mansion. So most of the properties in Garden City, and Garden City has the highest property tax next to Beverly Hills, by the way. Most of the properties in that area are not newly built. You know what I'm saying? There are some new style. Like I've seen a mansion over there that looked just like in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You know what I'm saying? So but again, that's like a colonial style. You know, they might renovate it and upkeep it, but those square, almost all glass houses, you know what I'm saying? Different levels. And
like how the house was in the film.
Yeah, those are mainly out east. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I've been to Southampton, bro. I've seen literally this one Indian dude, you know, he doesn't even live in America. This dude had 2 mansions and he had a glass walkway that connected both the mansions together. Like, it was crazy. Like, these people literally living on the water and constructing houses.
Wait a minute, something happened.
Yeah, I just had a call come through.
Okay.
So yeah, that was pretty much it, man. I just want to say one, because like, you know, part of the movie, like you touched on, is they're trying to leave it up to your own interpretation as to who's attacking us.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that he called the plane a drone, because just at first glance to me, it looked like a regular, like a crop duster type of plane or something. I don't know why it would drop pamphlets in a sparsely populated area like that. There's so many. I think that was just done for like a visual effect, and I think there's a deeper layer to that going on.
Like spray. I interpret that like that looked like spray, like chaff. That's what that looked like. Or something that they're misting all over a field or something.
Right. I'm dying to know if anybody in the chat knows what the Spanish lady was saying, because she was saying a whole lot.
She was.
I don't know Spanish.
What I know a little bit of Spanish, but she was indicating that she needed help. She needed to use the phone. Something is happening. She didn't know what was going on.
Okay, because she was saying something about her house. I heard Mi Casa a couple times.
Yeah, she wanted to go back to her house. She had family at the house. They're left behind. She wanted to contact them. Can I use your phone? That's what she kept saying. She was panicking at the same time, so a lot of it was broken up. But I interpreted some. I mean, I was like, oh, okay, she's going through it too. And and since you just watched it, did that would that plane situation happen after he ran into her and he was leaving? It was after.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing with the Teslas, when I was trying to figure out, like, putting that into context, like who's attacking us, someone mentioned in the chat too that it could have been AI, because someone could be remote controlling those cars, but why would they single those people out to try and to me that felt like a blatant attack. Like those felt like missiles being launched at individuals.
I agree with you on that, because think about that. It's not like they grabbed a black Tesla, blue Tesla. They got specific Teslas. They were all white. And I was like, and that stuck out to me hard. I was like, and it even pissed Elon Musk off. He got mad at that.
Yeah, I wrote that in the chat because I'm heavy on Twitter, you know what I'm saying?
Me too,
And
I am. I was watching
I
him.
seen this.
Yeah.
I seen the ad first on Twitter, so I was like, I know this is wilding out right now. Yeah.
He was mad. He did not play that.
So yeah, it was deep on so many different levels to unpack, man. It's just so much. And even when Ali and his daughter's laying in the bed and she's saying how, like, you need to get on code, basically, is what she's telling him.
Technically,
like B1, you know what I'm saying?
That's what the wife of so-called Caucasians were upset about. That part right there. Yeah.
Well, I thought that was a metaphor for how we were already in America and how they, you know what I'm saying? Not to say we leased or rented this to them, but it's like,
no, that's true. No. What you just said, that's true, because technically they were the tenants. Technically, they were the tenants. They were on borrowed land.
Right, and she was explaining to him, like, yo, we supposedly own this house, but we the ones in the basement.
In the basement.
I took that, right, so from a writer's perspective, that this whole thing is about groups, white groups and black groups. That's what like, when I'm peeping the dialogue, how it's written, that's what it's a metaphor for. So she's, that represents us, you know what I'm saying? This is our country, but yet, we let them in here.
And now we sleeping in the basement.
Yeah, now we in the basement. You know what I'm saying?
Now that got to be in the bar in your next song. And send it to me. I'm dropping a verse.
I bet I'm gonna hold you to that.
I'm not playing. You in here now? Send it to me.
You started dropping the music, yo. I was like, oh,
come on.
Wow,
let's go.
All that. Yo, I first joined your channel years ago. This was when you was literally doing fundraisers, because we were donating to help you get around the country to do census work and all of that. That's when I first found your channel. So,
and didn't want the donators. I did not want that. They kept asking me for that.
Yeah.
And I was like, forget it. Okay, like, I mean, I'm talking about people blowing up my phone. I'm at the hotel. They calling me like, look, they trying to hand me money to keep going. And I didn't. I kept turning people down. And then I said, eventually I said, okay. And I started accepting it. But that's true. That's absolutely true. So you've been around since day one.
That was extremely motivational, and just like put a battery in my back to, like, start really digging deeper into that whole thing. Because I grew up, you know how it is between us, like with our families, like everything is verbally passed down more than written down. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So I grew up with just an understanding of who I was. Like, my mother's father, he was Cherokee, you know what I'm saying? Seminole. And on my pop's side was Cherokee. And my mom used to tell me, like, my grandfather owned a couple of different businesses in Manhattan. He used to repair appliances, stoves, dishwashers, all this stuff. She was like, every now and again, he would get called down to Florida. And I'm like, for what? She's like, yo, they would call him down there to have, like, alligators and gators removed because he could kill him with his bare hands, basically. She was like, but he knew how to wrestle with him to where he wouldn't have to kill him. He could just remove him. Because for some reason, they didn't want to kill the alligators.
Sound like a warrior to me.
Yeah, so then when I started looking into the Seminole Wars and all that, I understand where my fiery blood came in, you know what I'm saying? Like where it come from. And at the same time, when I found your channel, that just made me realize, because like I have a lot of family, but we really disjointed. Like a lot of my family's in the city, and my parents moving to Long Island kind of created distance, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, man, I got to get on it, because even my grandmother, like I got visions of her. She died when I was maybe 3, and she came out to our house on Long Island, and I just have this one vision of being like real small. You remember how like steps seem small to you?
Yeah.
And she was sitting on the steps, and when I looked up at her, she looks like what, you know, they would tell us an Indian looked like. Like she had the part down the middle of her head, a cornrow, long braid on each side. Like when they started showing Mazzola commercials, I used to be like, oh, that's grandma. You know what I mean? Like that's the lady with the bottle. You know what I mean? So it's just interesting, you know what I'm saying? And I got a lot more digging to do. That's all I could say.
But don't stop. And brother, you can connect with me after we get off of here. You can DM me so I can put you at the top of the DMs. I'll remember the name. And we could do that music thing too. You could pass that along. I don't hesitate. I'm not charging for no verses. Do your thing with it.
Oh man, that's awesome, man. We're gonna definitely bond, link up, and see what we could do together, man. I'm gonna DM you in a minute. So appreciate you having me up.
Absolutely. Hold on, brother. Before you go, I don't know if we got to this part because we were so knee deep into the movie. This part right here was the preparation. What should our people do? What do you think? Some things that may not have been spoken about already that you could possibly think of right now that our people should do to prepare for something like this?
I'll say that, you know, everybody that made suggestions definitely made great suggestions and covered a lot of ground. I guess just me being as militant kind of as I am, and being out here in Long Island, like, first thing you think about is not really, like, you do think about how you could preserve your life, right, as long as possible for your people and all that.
Yeah.
But from my perspective too, you know, you watch something like Walking Dead and you see how a community of good people just trying to survive, like they get steamrolled right over by dudes with guns. All it takes is a couple dudes with guns to roll up and all of that is out the window. Like, so I would say home protection as well. I've seen, you know, these Patriot dudes run around and they got these little home generator systems that are solar powered. I would get that.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, having stuff in a freezer is good, but when you have no power, what is that going to do? So you still need power. You know what I'm saying? Unless
I agree.
We're going to try and learn how to, you know, deal with ice blocks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like an older version of refrigeration, like, you know, but it's really difficult because when you put this stuff in real perspective, it's hard to understand how much money and how much space you even need to have enough supplies to survive for 1 year. You know, so I would say like one of my main fears is like disease, infection, running out of water. So definitely medicines and a lot of guns and ammunition. Learn how to make booby traps in your own house. Learn how to fortify wherever you live as well. You know,
exactly.
You know, water, like farming, all of that's great, but I think on a very apocalyptic level to where when we attack, it's going to be from all of these different fronts. So rivers and water streams, all of that could be attacked, you know what I'm saying, easily polluted. So I would even get the most simplest tools like the joints off of Amazon, like the lady brought up in the movie, like, can we just use one of those pens where you put the water in it and got the water that come out, you know what I'm saying? Like, anything you can think of, from the simplest things to the biggest things, a boogie bag, you know what I'm saying, always have that ready to go.
That's a good one too.
You know, fire starters, the little flint, you know what I'm saying, the joints, like anything you could think of, man, even a simple lighter, like the ability to start fire, it's going to be serious. Like, we could stock up on rice and beans, but we can't generate a fire where we, you know what I'm saying, you're just eating cold beans and you got dry rice, I guess. But so all of it together really is what we need. I would say the main thing we need is community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, where I grew up in Long Island, it was a predominantly black town, and now it's like a lot of people have migrated south, and basically we have a lot of Spanish people here, but there are little blocks where it might even be a cul-de-sac where it's 4 or 5, you know, black families and houses that have been there generations, or just, you know, last 10, 15 years. And like, I had a friend, he just passed away, but he was really back on it. Like, this dude was using his backyard to plant vegetables. He went, like, he had basically 5 to 6 houses all in this one cul-de-sac, all growing vegetables. Even people that didn't know how to grow vegetables, they would let him go into their backyard and use their land because he was trying to grow vegetable enough for everyone to eat, whether it was economic collapse or anything that happened.
So he was a farmer, low key. He was definitely doing farm work.
Definitely had a green thumb. I'll say he was growing more than vegetables. You know what I'm saying? He was blessed with a green thumb.
Okay.
Great business acumen. You know, fortunately lost him like 2 years ago during the pandemic. But yeah, man,
he rests well.
A couple businesses out here and everything, man. Like he was the truth. But it showed me a lot that, because like in the era I grew up, we still had that sense of community. It was like, you know, early 80s, mid 80s, you know, you at your friend's house around the block, neighbors see you doing something you shouldn't do, their word was just had the same effect as if it was your parents' word, because their parents was only a phone call away and they was all on code with each other. So I grew up with that sense of community. We had a little land in my backyard, so I got a little green thumb. You know, all my family comes from the South and all of that, so we kept all of that with us. But I just seen the power of community through my boy, like, you know, just to say like, damn, if things go down. And money, like she brought up the $200 in singles for bartering. Like, I think money's good, but I feel like it could only go so far too. But I would never tell someone not to have it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it will be good to have, because you'll never know.
When you think about it though, the main place money works is in a store at the end of the day, because like the guy brought up in the movie, it was funny to me how at the very beginning, he's like, oh, cash is useless, blah, blah, blah. And I understood what he's saying, because really, unless you find another individual that values that paper, its end use is in a store. And if there's no stores, it really has no end use. Because what are we going to do? Keep circulating this paper around to each other that really is nothing? Or do we want items that have function? And
keep in mind, that's exactly what happened. And that's how the paper got circulated, because we're holding a value to it. I mean, it could be imaginary, but everybody accepted it.
Right. You know, so it was funny to me how at the end of the day, he still took the $1,000.
Exactly.
Though, right? So what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold up. So
willing to settle.
Right. And then still saying, yo, I'm giving up like a couple pills out my bottle for $1,000, and who knows what sucker still thinks this has value. And then I could, you know, it's another bartering tool. So
it is bartering system.
Right. It's still good to have, but I wouldn't go too ham, because if things shut down on a crazy level, really stores is the only place money's going to work. You know, after a while, people need utility and items in this exchange of items.
Tangibles.
Right. You know, so.
But that's true,
man. That's all I could say is weapons, water, you know what I'm saying? Like, ways to start fire, maybe thermal clothes, you know, for like when you got winter.
Exactly.
Like things like that. They got all types of gloves now that, you know, repel water and can break through glass, and all these weird little items they be throwing out there on Twitter and all these places, man. They all have a place in survival, I think, you know.
I agree.
So yeah, man, I just think the movie was awesome, man. It's something that has that replay value to it.
It does. So that's why I was disagreeing with a lot of people saying that it was a bad movie. I disagree. It had a lot of different messages that I feel as though could be valuable for a lot of people today. Just like any other movie that's very close to this particular topic at hand, or what their message is. I agree.
Yeah, and real quick, I want to ask you about the zombie movie, or the horror movie you said you watched that was similar to this one.
It's called American Refugee.
Okay.
It's on Netflix.
Okay. So was it production value? Was it on par with this movie?
Yes.
Did it have as many layers?
It did have a lot of layers. My wife and I broke this down. We did a review of that movie. It's on our channel. It's on this channel right now.
Okay.
We broke down everything. Like, I think we did a better breakdown of that movie than I'm doing of this one, to be honest with you, because I didn't have time to write everything down. But at that time, we had time to write everything down, and we broke it down. But I say watch that movie first and then come watch our review, because you'll see, because we're connecting all the dots on that one.
I bet. Will do, man. I appreciate you having me up, allowing me to speak. And
Absolutely.
appreciate you for doing the broadcast tonight. It was right on time as far as for me, literally. So,
and
yeah,
that was
man,
good too, what you pointed out. I appreciate that, brother. That was major, showing them. I mean, especially from that perspective of a native New Yorker, nobody else would have known that if you wouldn't have said it. I mean, unless another New Yorker came up and said that same thing. That was very good that you pointed that out.
Right. I still want to get to the reasoning behind why they chose to shoot the movie that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it still feels
it's
weird
incomplete.
When someone's covering the place you live and everything is wrong, but right. You know what I'm saying?
It's incomplete for that reason. See, that's why I was telling people that's done purposely. Incomplete. Right. Things not adding up because it's not supposed to. It's about what you would do. They're trying to force a person into that situation to see what that person would do.
Right, facts.
But yeah, I mean, of course, if you come up with anything else, I don't care what we on. You want to bring that back up or come on up here, do it again. We do it again.
I bet, man. Appreciate it. I'm a member of the Discord.
Absolutely.
So, I'll be tapping in, man, and I'm gonna definitely shoot you a DM right now, man.
I appreciate that, brother.
All right, peace, yo.
Wado. So now, I thought that was very good because he pointed out the fact that East was West, West was East, inadvertently too. Inadvertently, but that was very good because he was coming from a real side perspective of how everything would look. Like this wouldn't be in the West. It would be in the East. And I would have never known that unless somebody from New York mentioned that's very familiar with the areas, geographically speaking. That's very good. So let me see here. Now, I didn't get a chance to see. Okay, there we go. Now it popped up. Shout out to everybody. Hey, let me give y'all a round of applause. I'm gonna bring more people up. I'm gonna give y'all a round of applause right now. This is very good. And I feel as though the preparation side of it, I believe we took care of the majority of it as far as what we should be doing, as far as the collective is concerned, but individually more so than anything, we can run that down. For sure, protection. I think protection should be number one. My personal take. I do feel as though protection should be number one because just like the other people were stating that came up here, you can get ran over by somebody that is prepared to take you over, regardless if it's from military to police to your neighbors. I mean, we didn't seen too many movies where that happened, where that took place. Like, for example, what was the name of that other movie when something apocalyptic happened? No, that was, and they all wore masks, y'all. What's the name of that movie? Like the government gave them a time period to get rid of some neighbors. And then after the time period, everything is up. I forgot the name of that. It was a Purge, right? Purge. That's right. There y'all go, the Purge. So I'm not trying to state that that's going to happen, but the majority of the people that were prepared to do something about, someone trying to overtake what they have going on. We don't want any of that to happen. Luckily, this movie didn't showcase any of that, but it did showcase that it could get real about what that guy was doing with the cowboy hat on, when he had on the Dallas Cowboys hat, and telling his friend, look, back up. He got the shotgun like, that ain't happening. We ain't doing this, we ain't doing that. I feel as though we should be prepared, number one, in that nature. Then we could go to everything else. Perishable items, everything else, shelter, lighting, how we gonna do it as far as generators are concerned. The bags, whatever we need as far as the necessities, I agree. But definitely weapons. Hands down. Because even the movie American Refugee, that the Caucasian family had weapons. And that's another thing that correlate with this movie. In the American Refugee movie, the Caucasian family was poor. Not trying to say that this family was, but the Caucasian family was what you would call white trash. And the Niji family had the money. And they're the ones that had the house, don't forget. But it was the white family that had that bunker. If y'all didn't see that movie, I highly recommend it. That's on Netflix as well. It's very similar to this one. As far as their situation, leave the world behind. And what happened? Something apocalyptic happened. You can't tell what it is. Just like you can't tell what it is on here. You can't tell what it is, but it's all about preparedness. So I'm about to bring up, since we just had a brother, let's bring up another sister. Shout out to all the new members. I'm going to be reading those off here shortly. If those of you that donated, if I didn't get a chance to see it, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Don't think I don't. I do. All right, so let's do this. Let me bring up a sister. Hold up. Is this okay? Let me see. I believe it. Yep. Okay, now you got accepted on your side, sister. You should be good. As soon as that message pop up, you got to accept it. Y'all plan on staying? I mean, that's up to the people. Like, if you don't have an option to go nowhere, what you gonna do? You got some aliens waiting on you to pick you up? If you ain't got no other option but to stay where you at, you got to protect yourself. If you got an option to go somewhere, share, tell it to people in the chat. You talking about get up and go right now? Go ahead, sister. How are you?
I'm doing great, brother Dane. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing wonderful.
I appreciate everything that you.
Go ahead.
I appreciate everything you and our sister is doing. Great job. Great job.
I appreciate that.
I'm just chiming in because I want to say that I believe that I haven't seen the movie yet, but I've seen little snippets of it.
Okay.
And, heard different conversations about it.
All right.
I do think something is really coming down the pipeline, and I say that because, I live in the Carolinas, and not gonna say where, but I do work. I work for a government agency. And just this year alone, two different times we've had to go through training for emergency preparedness and situations regarding outside threats, inside threats, diseases, and how we will respond to that.
Wait a minute now. When you say respond, sister, not to cut you off, but let me just at least know what area. Like, you don't have to tell me per se, like title and everything, but what area of that realm are you in? Like, is this like local or federal?
State.
It's state.
State, but also under federal.
Is this like this is a decision-making position?
No, not necessarily a decision-making position, but like, okay, if/when something happens in our state, city, county,
y'all will be the first to know.
This is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna handle this. And they're right now trying to put together, like, I guess you could call it like little task force or teams.
Okay, now I know where you at. Okay.
So we've had that twice, and then was it last week? Started last week. They've issued, you know how we had the national emergency testing, whatever. They're doing that with us now. So I feel like something's coming.
Wait a minute. Why are they doing that to y'all now when that happened nationally? So now they're trying to do it statewide?
I guess more locally. Yeah. So just keep,
Can you share just and again, you don't have to state. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to state your name. I'm not showing your picture. You know I'm your brother. I'm not doing that. Can you share just a tad bit of what it may, what they are preparing for? Like, maybe it ran across your desk or somebody you know's desk and y'all got it. Okay.
It could be Okay, some of the things could be like another pandemic, nuclear fallout, emergency shelters, routes to get there, how to handle people who may be injured, things like that.
Oh, I know exactly where you at now. Okay. Without you even saying anything, I know where you at. So you have
all of the, I was gonna say too, and where all of the, like, we've been given lists of where all of the emergency buildings or shelters are, and how to get there. This is your team leader, so you would be hearing from them. You take direction from them, kind of thing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say too, I know we touched a lot on like preparedness.
Yes.
A couple of things that I would say is this is something I do myself. Like, have a bag with things in it that you know you're gonna need. Simple stuff like toiletries, change of clothes, underwear, socks, any medications you need that you have to take regularly. You want to see if you can maybe talk to your doctor and get, more than a 90-day supply. So you'll have that on hand. First aid kit. Actually, I just got another good first aid kit from Amazon. It was only like $30, and you can build on it. Water purification tablets. And it was something else. Another sister called in. She was talking about ammo.
Yeah.
And she's right. Because you think about it, if people don't have food and you have food and you in your house cooking food for you and they smell it out in the street, where are they going?
Yeah.
So I mean that's pretty much all I wanted to say, but just everybody keep your head on the swivel.
Can you stay in contact with me? Because now I know what's going on. I can tell. And I'm not trying to. Can I still say that where, but not exactly where?
Wait, say what now?
Can I you can tell she from the South to say what now? Can I state where? Like where I think, now I'm not talking about position, but at least where that you think that'll give it away? Because I know I could tell it is actually. Matter of fact, I'm no. Let me keep it. No, I know what's.
How about I'll send you an email? I'll send you an email.
Okay. Because I know.
I'll tell you where.
I could tell. But I'm glad. Is there a way why you can share me the things that they sending? Can I have that?
Oh, that might be a little risky, bruh.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay.
It seemed like it was something else I was gonna say. I can't remember, but yeah, that was the bulk of what I wanted to say. Just
what if it's a screenshot, like a screenshot of the memos? Now the VPNs don't work. VPNs don't work no more. Not where she at.
No.
Okay,
no,
never mind. Nope, because I don't want you to get in trouble. I know.
It's a whole global network.
Stop. No, just stop. We good.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you're here. Can you at least keep me updated?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Can you DM me right away as soon as we get off of here? So I gotta put you at the top because I know exactly. I know. But I need that. I really do. Cause y'all, and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's gonna hit Carolinas. I don't know if it's, who is what. But I do need that. I really do. Cause I can pass that message along without sharing y'all information. But this is encrypted, by the way. This thing here is encrypted. So if you do decide to say, all right, let me show you at least this is encrypted. It's not going anywhere. Especially when you DM me, not messaging inside of the, community server itself. You could DM me directly. That's encrypted. And I promise you that's not going nowhere. I promise you that.
All right, I'll get it to you. I'll get it to you.
Thank you, sister.
One more thing I'm gonna say
Sure.
too.
Go ahead.
This might just be me overthinking stuff because I
I appreciate that.
But I always said, as far as like taking the country down, and I always heard people talking about how, oh, our military wouldn't stand against the citizens. The military wouldn't do that. And I always said it wouldn't be our own military. They would have foreigners do it.
I told them that. I said that.
And and you see all these people they let in. I mentioned this on the YouTube chat before I came over here to Discord,
and they putting them right in the military. Go ahead.
You see them standing there. When you look at the news, you can see them standing there. The camera is panning the line, and they're all standing there looking like military men. It's almost like they're standing. If you pay attention to their body language and the way that they stand, they're standing at attention, like they're just there to carry out some orders. They don't care about the American, they don't care about nobody over here. Why would they? They're coming here and getting all the benefits.
Yep.
All the benefits. They don't care. I think they're here for just that one thing. Yeah.
We on the same page. I'm dropping a bomb right now. They're gonna be able to hear it on their side. I appreciate that, sister. That's deep. I hope they caught it. I've been trying to tell them that. I'm trying. But you're right. You're right. I agree with you. Dane Calloway agrees with you. Big time. Thank you, sister, and please keep in touch.
All right, brother. Thank you.
You stay safe.
You too.
Wado. That's major. That's major. We're coming from the position that she's in. That's major. Please listen to her. Those of you that have that type of position inside of the government, y'all got that type of pull. I welcome y'all too. Because they hire us for that. Some of y'all may not say nothing. That's cool. Some of y'all may be listening. That's fine. Those of you that got, I will keep everything private. They're not tapping into this server. I can tell you that right now. They are not tapping into the server. Yeah, but by the way, when somebody was saying VPN, the VPNs ain't gonna block nothing. Trust me, I know. But it's all about having some form of encryption. I'm gonna just leave it like that. Go ahead. And y'all come up. I wouldn't mind that at all. But yeah, I'm glad she mentioned that, but that's very key. A lot of the foreigners that they bringing in here. I warned y'all about this too. Like, you thinking all I'm fitting in the hotels, all I'm fitting in apartments, and the majority of the people that seek asylum, when they come over here seeking asylum, they have to join the military. I've been talking about this for a long time. They put them in the military. And I remember I was joking with y'all when I said this, that them recruits, them army recruits, be hanging out. Even though I was joking, it's the truth. Be hanging out outside of them whole depots, waiting to see some Latinos pop up, because they know for a fact that they working on something and they ain't supposed to be legally here. And that's the truth. Like, even Latinos joke like that. That's the truth. I'm not playing. Even though we be joking, it is the truth. It does happen. So, now, but it's not just Latinos though. I'm just letting y'all know that. It's not just Latinos. It's any and every foreigner of this landmass. But that's very deep. So like she said, it wouldn't be your own military people that they will use. It wouldn't be your own people that they would use. It would be somebody that's not going to care. And she's right. And by the way, speaking of which, Obama started, I'm not going to say he started it, but he amplified it for sure. I covered that in many other videos. Now, to say that Obama didn't have any say-so in that, I can't say that because he signed off on a lot of it. I mean, of course, anything that got approved, you know, it ran through the ladder, but at the end of it, he had to sign off. Even though he could, some of y'all may say he was forced into doing that, but okay, regardless, he signed off on it. And for him to be trying to make it up with a movie like, hey, y'all, here's a warning. Whatever. So let me grab a brother now. Pull up now. Let me
set it on fire.
Drop a bomb for the sister for doing that. I appreciate that. Please keep in contact. Yeah, y'all know. Look at the chat. Y'all know what's going on. You former U.S. Army? I would listen, all of my military people, please stay in contact with me. Please. If you all, yeah, she was correct. If you all, and see, y'all don't see that main chat, that YouTube chat, y'all don't see what's going on in the 13% community server unless you're here. But DM me, like that military side we're gonna need, like especially if you're retired, you could be active. I don't have to put your business out there. That's not needed. We just need that information that you go get. Because especially if you active, y'all still getting the memos. You former Air Force? Come on. We need that. I mean, because what we gonna wait for, another Obama movie? Like, it would be great if we could know ahead of time. I'm just saying. All right, so hold on. Let me pull up. Okay, brother, you should be able to pop up on now. You got to accept it on your side, though. Here you go.
Yo, what's cracking?
What's going on, brother? How you? OCO.
Hey, what's going on, OCO? It's your boy, Big Joker, man. Hey, check it out, man. This is my first time tuning in. I'm glad I caught you live, man. And I like these conversations, man. I had these conversations with people, and as we refer to as normies sometimes, not everybody is able to receive this information, but what y'all got to understand is you got to talk to those that are willing to receive it. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's going on just by looking at your video loop. I had the movie queued up, but I was like, well, let me check and see if anybody in my favorite YouTubers is on before I put this 2.5 hours in. You dig what I'm saying? Like, let me see if Angry Man is on. Let me see if Coach Greg on. Let me see who on. Man, I said, oh, this is a conversation I like to have. Now, one of the things I like to tell people, first of all, those that don't know your history are doing to repeat it. If you're not paying attention to your history, you're going to repeat it. Mm-hmm. Please understand me. Pay attention to what's been going on. We have very short memories. All right, they already training our youngsters on how to have short attention spans by the way of TikTok. All right, mm-hmm. They're consuming 30-second segments. Their attention spans are not that long. We got to pay attention. We have short memories, man. If you look at digital TV, all right, anybody that knows about digital signals, either you're gonna have a signal or you don't. All right, anybody can get a hold of a UHF or VHF analog transmitter, mm-hmm. right? Mm-hmm. Anybody can get their hands on it if you got enough capital, got enough money. All right, take the special equipment to transmit digital TV. On June 12, 2009, previous to that, they said, hey, get this digital TV. It'll make your TV signal more clearer. It'll be great. You'll love it. If y'all pay attention, they offer you stuff first, then after a while they make it mandatory. On June 12, 2009, they said, oh, digital TV is mandatory. You gotta have it, right? Mm-hmm. So being former military, I know a lot of military tactics when I see them, and they be right in the news, and people don't pay no attention to them, right? Because you got, if you got analog, you can communicate. One of the first rules of war is shut down your enemy communications, right? Mm-hmm. If the government already sees us as enemies, you look at Ferguson, Missouri. I saw that. I said, oh, that was a beta test for martial law. We heard about equipment that they was using to try to control the crowds that we never saw before. All right, all this different stuff they had going on. Right, Walking Dead. Somebody mentioned Walking Dead. I think Walking Dead was a precursor to basically teach you. All right, money ain't gonna be worth nothing. That bullet gonna be worth everything. You understand me? They found that bullet in that garden, and they was passing that bullet along because Negan was oppressing them people. They were trying to figure out how to take Negan out. All right, just like you say, if you got it, you're gonna run over the people that ain't really prepared. You understand?
Yeah.
People not really. People don't. You got these white folks out here teaching their little 9-year-old daughters how to shoot.
That's right.
Right. Our 9-year-olds are doing what? Look at that TikTok, dancing, doing these little silly dances. All right. One of the things they talk about prep. It's stuff right in your face, people. Go to Walmart, grab you some of them Cobra radios. All right. Speaking of radios, looking at this video loop on your screen. Oh man, I'm seeing all kinds of symbolism.
Yeah.
Like you said, you got to know your history. 1619.
Yep.
That was the radio frequency on the sat phone. All right. 1619 marks the beginning of race-based bondage that was defined in African American experience. All right. Nobody paid attention to that 1619 on the radio frequency. That may mean something later on. There's a lot of stuff in there. That white lion on that ship, that white lion, it symbolizes innocence and spiritual enlightenment, right? According to Google, it says encouraging us to seek inner wisdom and embrace our higher selves. The white lion's presence inspires us to embody fearlessness in the face of challenges and to lead with grace and dignity. Embrace your inner strength and let it illuminate your path, all right? That's what they said with that white lion on the ship. Just look, I was getting ready to watch the video. I mean, watch the movie. You see what I'm saying? I saw you all talking about it. I said, oh, I got to jump in. All right. It's a lot of stuff that's put in our face, but people are not really, our memories are too short. You know what I'm saying? We got to remember what they did to us in these different situations. COVID was a bigger beta test. You see what I'm saying? Because I think that was a test of studying human behavior. You see what I'm saying? Because by the time George Floyd came along, shortly after that, people had enough of COVID. People had enough of sitting in the house. You know what I'm saying? People wasn't sitting in the house that much in the first place, but then they'll tell you, oh, you got to stay in there for the safety of Nana. You don't want Nana to get sick, do you? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pretty soon, see, it's just like the principle of the Hebrews walking the desert for 40 years, right? They walked the desert for 40 years because they needed the older generation to die off. The boomers, see, I'm Gen X. The boomers, they on the way out, right? They know what real privacy was. Back then, it was possible to live under the radar. Now that they have technology that can look at you in the woods through infrared or whatever from a satellite.
From a satellite.
They can see you in the woods. Yeah, you trying to live off the grid, but they see you in the woods with that satellite. How much off the grid are you? You see what I'm saying? Everything they got, just like with digital, everything is digital. They linking everything up. When you try to you call your cable company and you say, well, I just want just this. But they say, oh, well, if you get the whole package, it's just a lower price. You see what I'm saying? But they don't want you. Just like I remember trying to keep my analog phone service, but they were charging like double. And this was like maybe 5 years ago. Trying to keep analog phone at the house. You see what I'm saying? Because at digital, either you got a signal or you don't. Because all it takes is one person somewhere to flip a switch and we all go dark.
Like if electricity go out, your digital signal is out. Exactly. Especially if it's voice over IP. Yeah.
But then everything is controlled by digital. You understand what I'm saying? Because either you have a signal or you don't. That's the thing with digital. They put everything on digital. They put your phones on digital. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because either you're gonna have service or you're not. It's gonna work or it's not. Ain't no partial. Ain't no, oh, I got a little bit of static. No, ain't gonna be none of that. You ain't gonna have nothing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, go to Walmart, get them 5 Mile Cobra radios, because in order to be able to organize and try to keep it and hold it together for when the bombs do drop or whatever happens or whatever, you know, they talking about what's this? There's a giant hole in the sun. I don't know if you ever heard that. There's a hole in the sun. There's a hole in the sun right now, right? And I think they say it's around 497,000 miles wide, and it's putting out signals that are going to cause what did it say? It's going to cause. I'm reading this right now. I forgot what it's called. It's going to be some. Oh, there it is. A G2 level geomagnetic storm. All right.
Okay.
That's in other words, EMP. There you go, Lord Rennie. EMP. You see what I'm saying? So they can say it could be something natural cause, such as the sun, or they can do like they did with the the gas line, you know, they can hit us and say, oh, even though we know it was that country, we're gonna say it was the sun. That's it. Yeah, it was the sun, and they're gonna put that out on the media, and people will be like, oh, okay, yeah, we had a geomagnetic. Meanwhile, somebody done set off an EMP and shut off all of our phones.
Now, that one that you just mentioned was the solar one. That's the one that they were referring to, the electromagnetic one.
Yeah.
That's closely related to the electromagnetic pulse, but it's solar. Either way, it's still dealing with radiation and frequencies. You right? Go ahead.
Exactly, and it's going to shut down communications because you have to understand, in order for organized military to coordinate, you have to have communication. If you can't coordinate, you're shutting down all of your supply lines. You're shutting down all of your rations and everything. Everything is shut down. You got to have communication, right? So they know these certain things that they put in our face, but if you know, just like I said, I'm military, right? I know strategies when I see them. You know, you had Stacey Abrams running for Georgia governor or something like that, right? Stacey Abrams is anti-2A. Georgia is a border state. You're gonna leave that border wide open? First of all, I tell people, look here, you got all of these good old boys up in these Georgia woods. They are well armed. All right. If the crap hit the fan, they gonna be there to jump in line and say, hey, I'm here to defend my country. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
But you got somebody anti-2A. That's military strategy. A Japanese Japanese general once said that in order to attack America would be to walk into the mouth of a lion because all of their citizens have guns. But then you have the government that wants to disarm us.
Yeah.
Oh, we having too many of these mass shootings. We need to take all the guns.
Yeah, that's a plot.
I don't think so. But people don't understand. People don't believe it that the government is like really trying to help you. You know, they are against you. That's why those laws were written by our forefathers before what do they say? When the government get out of hand. I can't remember it word for word, but when the government get out of hand, we're supposed to be able to defend ourselves. You see what I'm saying? But people don't pay that no attention because they worried about TikTok. Oh, as long as my Wi-Fi work and I can scroll Instagram, I'm good. We have to get people a little bit more clear on what we need. Just like somebody said, we need to know what take our essentials. First of all, our people had to be taught what it is essential. All right, your digital iPhone is not an essential because once they flip that switch, it ain't gonna work no more. You see what I'm saying? People have to really get serious about this. And I hate to say, I'm not really trying to crack on the sister that was talking about the zodiac. I'm a Libra and this and the other. We have to get people that think realistic, not even trying to throw no shots that are not like that. But there's nothing in the Bible or in any psychological book that says the day of your birth has something to do with your personality. That is not realistic. We have to have realistic people. We have to have realistic thinking people. All right. The zodiac is not going to save you. When Negan coming at you with the with Lucille, you're not going to say, "Oh, Negan, me and you are cancers. We should get along." No, he's going to bash your skull in with that bat. You see what I'm saying? You can't. We got to really get serious about this because there's a lot of people that are really unprepared. They think they're prepared. When the bombs drop, homeboy over here, Tyrone, looking to grab his Jordans. Man, me grab these Jordan 11s. I'm gonna need these. For what, son? What, son? The most disappointing thing, one of the most disappointing things I've seen was watching CNN when Hurricane Katrina hit. All right, you got people running down the street with a big old plasma TV on his back.
Yeah.
All right, they showing all of these black people hitting up Foot Locker, hitting up the Nike outlet. Where you see the white people at? Well, you don't really see them. Why? Because they hitting the pawn shops. They hitting American
gun
Outdoors.
stores.
They hitting Bass Pro Shops. You see what I'm saying? And they're not telling the Negroes. Let me be politically correct because I ain't heard nobody cuss yet, and I appreciate that. But you don't see that. They out there teaching their kids how to shoot. They got stacks and they got crates of brass in their basements.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then we got too much stuff going on with our, we already, I think it's a psyops against our people because it's so easy for a brother to catch a felony. When you catch a felony, guess what? You can't get a gun license. All right? They're keeping our families separated. They're keeping the male and females at odds, constantly bickering and arguing to where now they done condition us against that. And now we have, situations to where, if you get a TRO, guess what you can't have? Gun license. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I mean, we can have a gun license, but they gotta come pick up all your steel. They gotta come pick it all up. You see what I'm saying? So you have to really get realistic about what we're looking at, what we're dealing with. It's getting to the point to where no, Joe Davis, I'm talking about. I meant to say your gun, your actual gun. If you have a temporary restraining order against you, you cannot. They got to come get your gun. You got to turn it in. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So with all this stuff going on, you have to be conscious of the fact that there's certain even Neil deGrasse Tyson said this, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson said there's a growing anti-intellectual strain in this country that may be the beginning of the end of our informed democracy. Right? He's telling you there is the dregs of our society are outbreeding the talented 10th. We have to really get a grip on this, man.
But the talented 10th ain't for the people. That's not for our people.
No, the talented of our kind.
I know the talented 10th. The talented 10th ain't work for us.
Right,
they didn't work in our favor.
Well, I'm speaking on just for black people.
Right, me too.
We have to get our intellectual people. Yeah.
Okay. But that talented 10th that dealt with our people, they were in our favor. They were definitely implanted there to make just like the Black Caucus. It's the same thing. The talented 10th Black Caucus, they the exact same thing, sitting there not doing nothing. Right. But they definitely doing something for the government, which is there to preserve the democracy when whole time this was definitely a republic.
Exactly.
From the top.
Yeah, I get it. But what we have to do is, like I said, we have to get serious about it. There's too many things in our face. Our people have to be quick to, we're quick to jump on causes. And
that's another thing. That's another thing.
We're quick to jump on causes, and it's not in our favor.
What never was.
Not really in our favor.
Not really.
Not really at all. We jumped on Black Lives Matter. We jumped on that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We found out they bought them a mansion, and people ain't allowed there like
millions
that.
of dollars, mansions.
Millions of dollars.
Where the donations go?
Yeah. What happened? What did they do for us?
Where the communities at?
What's different now than from 2019?
Come on.
Ain't nothing changed for us like that. So people had to really pay attention, get serious about this, man. If you're gonna be serious about it, be serious about it. Be a survivor for real, because it's gonna be cutthroat out here. But people don't see it coming, and it's just too many signals, too many signs. The dollar is, the national debt is crazy. The debt. If anybody pay attention to the debt clock on Google, the debt clock, them numbers have not stopped, man. The numbers have not stopped, and it's going to get to the point to where, like I said, that bullet is going to be worth in that $1,000 bill. They talking about some pills. I haven't watched the movie yet, but they talking about pills. No, you could be trading bullets. Hey, I got a case of 9 mils. Well, can I get that? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
those pills are blue for a reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. But hey, man, that's about all I got, man. I appreciate this conversation.
Absolutely, brother.
Thanks for letting me on. Hey, man, get serious, people. Go to Walmart and grab you them Cobra radios, because you're going to need to come and get 4 of them at least. Don't be sitting up here.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was saying get at least 4 of them. Get at least 4 of them. Just have the Cobra radios ready to go. Have your a way of charging it, because the batteries will die. They got the wind up cranking things on Amazon. Y'all have to think about what about if everything gets shut down. Right, because I had a power outage in my neighborhood. I'm gonna finish up right here. We had a power outage in our neighborhood over here in Decatur, Georgia, and it was out. This was like last summer, I think, and the power was out for 9 days. When I tell you, everything was black around here. Everything was black, and I was seeing people, because now I got a bunch of those APC power supplies, right? Mm-hmm. I keep like 3 of those charged up, just sitting in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Because I plug those up to charge up phones or whatnot. You see what I'm saying? Those APC power, for your computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I keep those on hand, just sitting in the closet, so that in case I need to charge something up, they come in real handy for charging stuff up. If you need to run a radio for a few minutes or whatever to see what's going on, that power outage showed me what was really essential. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it was just in our neighborhood. I mean, of course, I can hop in my truck and go drive to Walmart where the lights are on or whatever. But living in complete darkness, y'all don't know what that is. You actually feel darkness. You actually feel it. You walk outside and it's thick. You feel it on you. I'm telling you, it's going to, yeah, exactly, Batman stunt. People change. But hey, I'm going to finish up with here. Appreciate the conversation, man. You got a good talk going. I'm glad to see this many people with their minds right. All right.
Absolutely. Me too. I appreciate that, brother. Man, that's amazing. I appreciate that. So what I got out of that, as far as the preparedness and awareness of what's going on, the strong possibility that communications can get shot out. With him being former military, communication is key. I believe he brought up a particular general. I believe he said Japanese general that indicated if you wanted to take, I could be wrong about that, but if you wanted to take out the United States, you're dealing with the communication first. Now I'm probably getting all that wrong and everything twisted, but I know for a fact that he had to say communication would be the first thing to go. I mean, just think about that. In the past wars, usually, it's the communication that's going first. They wiping out, all electricity. They don't want anything to penetrate what they got going on if they're infiltrating. But yeah, I agree. And what that's saying, communication is key. Shout out to you, Divine Soul. I see you. That's all the more reason why, as far as picking up those 2 ways and those 5-mile radius, what do they call radios or walkie-talkies, whatever y'all want to call it, those 2 ways. Y'all remember Nextel? Before Sprint bought them, Nextel had the little chirp 2-way radios, and see how handy that came in? Like, if there was a power outage, them Nextels was working. Y'all remember that? I'm probably telling my age, am I? Like, I don't know. Y'all should remember the Nextels. I used to miss, I miss those. I remember those days. But, so let me bring up a sister right now. So I'm going back and forth. Y'all know, y'all like how I'm doing that, right? Doing brother, sister, we doing that, What y'all think about that? Huh? That was not at no 730s. I thought you were saying. Yeah, 2005, 2004, yeah. Absolutely. The i870s. Man, listen, them Nextels used to, Motorola had them. Motorola was on top at that time. Motorola was going crazy. But now, I guess they, touching on the, flip phones, but it's not the same. It ain't the same. And just think about that. Those will be the type of phones that could last versus the phones that we have right now. Whereas, it's basically a computer and like 50 different cameras on it, Ain't that crazy? Where it's like 50 different what they doing? What? They stopping the live stream again? It's glitching? What happened? We back? No way. Come on, not that part. Not that. We just talk about communication, YouTube. Come on. There's no way that they try to stop that right at the part where we talking about communication. Come on. So look, let's listen to the most important things. And I'm going to go back and watch this because I am recording it. All those important parts, like they feel as though were important, where they shaped up the video. That's how you know they listening. And I'm going to write each and every one of them down. And I'm going to come back tomorrow and I'm going to tell y'all what they had the problem with. I'm going to say right here when we talked about blah, 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 they had a problem. They start shaking up the video. And then right here when we start talking about blah, 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 they had a problem. They start shaking up the video. Because there's no way we should be having an issue right now on YouTube. We good. Y'all can, it glitched. It was looping. Yeah, nah. Now, I believe y'all. It's a whole bunch of y'all saying that. I believe y'all. Y'all not going to lie to me. And then on top of that, it knocked people out of the chat. We had 3,500. We had 3,500. So it knocked, not only is it glitching, it's knocking people off. They purposely doing that. They start seeing it hit 35, 3,600. They don't want that thing to hit 45, 5,500. They don't want more people to come in. That's what's going on. Nah, it's no point. Oh, sue them? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know what part they looping. We still here though. I'm not They ain't hurting me. It's just knocking viewers off. They not hurting me. No, I'm good to go, man. Can't nothing that they do affect me, affect what I got going on, man. That's not how I look at it. Of course, they trying to suppress the viewership, suppress the reach. Of course, that's automatic. I mean, we talking about some real stuff right now. Of course, they don't want that to be. You know what I mean? They don't want that to be on a grand scale where we can actually have the majority of my subscribers here. I bet the majority of my subscribers right now have no idea that I'm live right now, okay? But yeah, they can't. That's not affecting us. Regardless, they go pick it up tomorrow. As far as the rest of the subscribers, they'll catch up. That's not a problem. But yeah, here we go. It's going on 1 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And they still up watching. Well, matter of fact, no. California will be... They 3 hours behind, right? They 3 hours behind. So that'll probably be like 10 for them, right? They still up. They ain't off the clock till midnight. Them folks that work at YouTube. Matter of fact, they may even be 24 hours. It's 9:50 in Cali? It's 9:50 in Cali? Shout out to Cali. Yeah. The headquarters is out in Cali, Silicon Valley. Yeah. No, I saw it. I saw it at 36. Oh, 35. I saw that 35, and as soon as it hit 36, wow, they try to send out a signal. As soon as it start going up, they'll send out a signal and shake it up on y'all side. And look, everybody in the community server good. They can hit me clearly. Ain't no chopping up. Wait, let me look at the chat. Was y'all chopped up in the community in the 13%? Can y'all, was I good right there? After the brother left, there was no, we good, right? Y'all should see this chat. Everything was good. Look, y'all, just in case, look, I'm gonna show y'all. Just in case y'all think I'm playing, look at the chat. Y'all see the chat? This is the 13% community server chat. They were saying it was good. I'm not gonna be showing too much because people showing some things that y'all going to see. Y'all gotta be inside of the community server to peep game. They showing some stuff. They sharing some stuff. Y'all gotta be there. Come on. Exclamation point 13. You want to get up on the panel, or still you want to be inside of the community server where there's people that think like you and I, that want to see change, the great change, and be prepared for possible things that could happen. Not trying to say that it would, but it could. You want to be prepared. It's always, great to have an open line of communication, to go back to that. And this is one of them. This is one of them. Why not? That's why I said I appreciate the fact that, the military people are speaking up as well. This is open platform. Y'all could come on up, be respectful to everyone. Let's do it. So let me get a sister up here. 1 second. Yeah, I believe it's a sister. Yep. All right, sister. Now you got to accept it on your side. As soon as you got that, yeah, there you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, see your sister. How are you?
Hold on. How do I put this on speaker?
How do you? Oh, see, I don't know. You might have an iPhone, Android. I don't know.
I'm on iPhone.
Okay, team iPhone in the building.
Yeah, but I just wanted to,
You ready now? You want to talk about that movie?
Yes.
Come on. Let me hear.
I wanted to know if anyone noticed like the end of the movie when the little girl found the house with the red door. And she broke in and she like found like a whole bunch of food. And there's a picture of a black family on the wall behind her.
I remember that.
Yeah. I just wanted to know if anyone,
Did you have something on it?
Not really, but I felt like it was symbolism towards, colonizers, really. Like the colonization of America, really.
What makes you say that?
because of the picture of the black family on the back of the wall. And it's this rich big house, and she
it's
goes in
huge.
there,
Yep.
and she finds everything that she needs.
Yep.
But instead of telling her family, she stayed there and ate up all the food
and watched the movie. Remember,
Right.
she went down. So, and another thing that stuck out to me was that red door. I wonder if people are familiar with red doors indicate.
Well, the only thing I'm familiar with is like the Civil War. Like red door meant safety.
And see, I'm not trying to say that you're wrong on that note, but I'm just going to state what I recall what a red door meant, what I'm familiar with, and what I was told. Red doors usually is an indicator that there's a pedo in that community.
Oh, wow.
The pedos have to have red doors in order to inform everybody in the community that they're there. It's a signal to warn everybody else of that household that there's a pedo there. And that was by law, by the way. Now, I don't have that pulled up as far as which law that is, but that's when I'm familiar with that red door indicates. Now, a blue door or a white door can be a signal to another dimension. Usually it's white or blue. But that red one, notice how it was only her that went there, the child. Everything looked good. Big place. Everything was laid out for her. What if they were trying to send a signal like, okay, this is where the children would go and feel comfortable with in order to, I'm not trying to get too graphic. You understand what I'm saying? In order for that to happen. That could be. Because notice how it ended with her smiling.
Oh yeah, she was in like her delusion, the Friend show.
The Friend show. That's what she just wanted. She just had to see the rest of that season of Friends. Uh-oh, did they go? Is that everybody in my chat saying YouTube doing it again? Wow. They don't like this. Look at that. It's glitching again. It's glitching. It's buffering. It's glitching. You see that, right? That's not my internet is fine. I'm good to go. You can hear me, right? Am I glitching on your side?
Not really, but your voice is like not clear.
It's not clear?
And it's glitching on YouTube. Yeah.
It is glitching on YouTube. No, YouTube is definitely telling me that it's glitching on YouTube. They're saying, and I wish y'all could see this. I don't have no indicator letting me know that something is wrong.